that's with a B. These are giant numbers. This is something we should look into. Okay, so let's dive into this. Why do we do lotteries? And why is the government running these things? And what do they use the money for? And I guess most importantly, is this even ethical?
$1.35 billion.
Chance to win $1 million.
What would you do with a lot of money?
Hey, pause real quick. I need to thank today's sponsor, who is BetterHelp. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video. I'm a big believer in therapy. I've been in therapy for several years now, and it has reshaped my life in very real ways. And what BetterHelp is a platform that makes therapy accessible to people. It's kind of hard to find a therapist like in the traditional way where you're sort of like calling around and seeing like who's in network and stuff. With BetterHelp, you literally just sign up, you take a quick quiz, and it matches you with a therapist in their giant network of like tens of thousands of therapists. It's not bound by your physical location, so like you can get access to a therapist that works for you, that fits your specific needs. You can talk to them, you can chat with them, you can video call with them, however you want. BetterHelp uses technology to make the therapy process much easier. And it's quite affordable. There's no insurance involved. There's financial aid for those who need it. And perhaps most notably, you can change therapists at any point for no cost. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/Johnny Harris. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can try it out and see if it helps you. We are in an era of destigmatizing therapy as like something that we actually all need, and I'm grateful that BetterHelp is making it more accessible to people. So link for that deal is in the description. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to the lottery.
Record-shattering $1.34 billion ticket.
I can feel the winning ticket.
I'm fairly certain this is the winning ticket.
Humans are big on gambling. We've been doing this for thousands of years.
40,500,000 all in.
One of the first versions of a lottery was over in China. It's rumored that they actually used the lottery to fund some of the Great Wall of China. Oh, and after they chose the numbers, the results are said to have been delivered by carrier pigeon. The Romans, the Dutch, and a bunch of other governments over time and throughout the entire world have done lotteries to usually fund big projects that the government wanted to do. In England, they also loved lotteries, and the settlers who wanted to come here to the New World used lotteries to help fund their trip. Eventually, the monarch of England was like, whoa, guys, wait a second. Don't use your extra money to fund lotteries that make you leave us. Use your money over here. Taxes were kind of a sensitive topic for England. But anyway, the colonists were like, all right, bet. Bet? Like bet? You know, like bet. Like bet. 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 I'm not in touch. I'm not in touch. So they don't do lotteries for like 100 years, but then eventually they tried to do a lottery to like fund their war against England to become like free from England. So yeah, lotteries are not new. They've been used for a long time and governments have always run them, blah, blah, blah. But in the past few decades, lotteries have turned into something much bigger, and more, they've begun to target a certain kind of person. Let's go see if I can win the lottery. Okay, I just spent $2 US on a lottery ticket. Let's see what happens. The jackpot for this one is 20 million bucks. Seems like a pretty good deal. There's this one lottery called the Mega Millions. It's where a bunch of states put all of their lotteries together into one giant lottery, which means way more people, which also means a way higher jackpot, which then attracts more people, and then it's just like the greatest thing in the world for the lottery. Okay, wait, but why does the government run a gambling scheme that incentivizes people to like spend their money on gambling? We'll get there in a second, just hold on. But for now, I just need to revel in what is happening in my brain right now. This very human feeling of buying a $2 ticket, so low risk, I didn't have to pay that much, but the potential of $20 million. The Mega Million lottery is making me realize why gambling is so enticing. And for such a simple little game, with Mega Million you choose 6 numbers, the first one having to be between 1 and 70, and the last one having to be between 1 and 25. No idea how they calculated those rules, but whatever, okay, you choose your numbers. You can also just tell them to choose the numbers and an algorithm will do it for you, which is like, listen, I already have an algorithm sort of running my life most of the time. If I'm gonna gamble, I'm gonna choose the numbers myself. Got a little heated there. Anyway, eventually a bunch of balls go into this little spinny thing and they choose the numbers. And if they choose my numbers, I win $20 million. So at $2 a ticket, we can infer that probably millions of Americans just did this. They went out and bought a ticket like this with hopes of changing their lives. Oh, and this isn't just like once a year or something. This is twice a week. They'll hopefully be drawing my numbers tomorrow night and I will be watching. Anyway, let's get back to the explanation.
I got a special feeling tonight, Marianne.
Not for me.
No, I think numbers might come up.
So here in the US, you've got a bunch of these big, mega, multi-state lotteries, and they're all run actually by the same nonprofit organization. But then you also have these. You've got these little just instant winners. Like I could scratch this off right now and see if I win. 10 chances to win? We have to do this right now. Where's a penny? No, seriously, we got to do this. Up to $5,000. Wait a minute, this has to be a joke. What does that say?
It says $1,000, but I don't know.
There's no way.
How's it work?
Oh, no.
You might have to get like 3 of them.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, reveal a, oh, see, I don't know how to gamble. I was like, I just won $1,000. 19, 24, come on. Oh man, the rush is so real. Womp womp. That's so sad. I was so ready to win today. Okay, sorry, I'm getting out of my intoxicated buzz of gambling, which clearly I haven't done enough. I grew up Mormon, okay? Give me a break. You scratch off this latex, you see if you won, you don't win, I didn't win. It's actually really satisfying, but it's kind of messy. You also have smaller lotteries that are usually more frequent, but they're smaller jackpots, but you have better odds. Anyway, the point is, there are all sorts of lotteries. Speaking of odds, what are my odds of winning the big jackpot? According to one statistician who crunched all the numbers, my odds for winning on this ticket is like 1 in 302 million. Which, like, let's be honest, no one really knows what that means. I don't know what that means. Like, what is that, 302 million? That's a bigger number than my brain can fathom. So let's do a visualization. Imagine you have 66 bathtubs. I mean, I'm not sure why you need 66 bathtubs. It seems a little bit excessive, but who am I to judge? And yes, I know a lot of you noticed I cut my hair. That's because I couldn't handle not shampooing my long hair, okay? Let's just get it out of the way. I know everyone's been thinking it. Anyway, you've got these 66 bathtubs, and each of them is filled to the brim with rice. 4.5 million grains of rice, in fact. How did we calculate that number? Go to the sources. We actually did an analysis to see how many grains of rice would fit into these bathtubs. 4.5 million. So you've got 66 bathtubs and they're all full of rice. And one of those grains of rice is painted gold. Now, close your eyes, walk through the field, and thrust your hand into one of these 66 bathtubs and pick out a grain of rice, and maybe you found the golden grain. But yeah, those are my odds of winning tomorrow night. Not as fun to think of it like that. And this works even if you buy a ton of tickets or use the same numbers over and over again. None of this really does anything meaningful to change your odds. Mr. Beast did this great video a while back where he bought $1 million worth of scratch-off tickets and lost about 300,000. Okay, so we're done with this part of the video. The lottery exists, it's big, you'll probably lose, we all know that. My bigger question here is, why does the government have a monopoly on this gambling game?
I just so happen to have one.
Good. No, you can't do that. You have to leave it with me, and I'll look after it for you. You can come visit it anytime you want to, Neil. Don't worry.
Some economists argued that gambling is this natural thing that humans love to do. So if they're going to do it anyway, why not use that as a game to generate revenue for the government? But to me, that begs the question of like, what do they actually use the money for? Luckily, there's data for that. And for an example, let's use this giant lottery called the Powerball. And let's make the numbers easy here. Let's just say that everyone has bought tickets and the big pot has totaled up to $100 million. Which is like, you know, actually in the ballpark of something that could happen. Half of that money goes to fund the jackpot. So let's just say that $40 million is for the jackpot and the remaining $10 million goes to all the smaller prizes. Okay, but under the hood, something else is going on. If you look at all the billboards for the Powerball at this moment, it will actually advertise it as $67 million for a reason that I will explain in a second. But the point is that only 50% of all the money generated goes to the people who bought the tickets. So the question is, where does that other $50 million go? Well, 6% of that $100 million goes to all of the gas stations and convenience stores and like other businesses who sell the tickets. They get in on some of this. 9% of the $100 million, so like $9 million bucks, goes to pay all the people and expenses associated with like running the lottery, like all all the advertising and like the employees and stuff. These are private companies that contract with the government to run and advertise the lottery. That leaves us with $35 million of our original $100 million, which according to Powerball's website goes to, quote, good causes supported by the lotteries. Womp womp. What does that mean? What are good causes? The Powerball website won't tell you much, but we did research into this, and we found that from state to state, the definition of good causes changes. In a lot of states, this money goes to, quote, education. Like in Virginia in 2022, where the lottery money was used to fund almost $780 million of the public education budget. This is good, leveraging humans' obsession with gambling to like fund the education of our children. I'm super into it. Oh, until you realize that, yes, they give all this money to the education, but then they reduce the existing budget so that it ends up basically being the same number, which means the lottery doesn't actually give any extra money to the education system. That is so stupid. Oh, and the money isn't even distributed in an equitable way. The funding a lot of time goes towards scholarships, colleges, and ends up benefiting wealthier schools. So yeah, that's what they mean by education. Kind of deceptive, not cool. But then there's other places where the lottery pays for things that we take for granted that probably never would cross your mind, like in Colorado, where the state spent $14 million on their parks and wildlife in 2019, using profits from the lottery. Or in Nebraska, where they used the money to fund like their state fair. Like, who would have guessed? Oh, and this is a good one. In Minnesota, they've spent over $51 million of lottery profits to fund organizations that help people who are addicted to gambling. Like what? Like, we're using the lottery money to help people not gamble. I don't know. I mean, it's just, that one's a weird one to me. Okay, so governments use the lottery money to do government things, build infrastructure, fund public programs, and stuff like that. Cool. Okay, wait, but why does the government have to collect money in this weird way? We'll get to that, I promise. But in a sec, I know everyone's wondering about what happens to the winner.
He's gonna have over $114 million! Wow! How does that sound?
These lucky ducks who just walked into tens of millions of dollars. Like, how much am I gonna get tomorrow night when my numbers are picked? Just sort of manifesting, you know? In our little scenario, remember that they had advertised $67 million and that really it was $40 million that was allocated to the winner. How does that all work out? That is because when you win the jackpot, you can get it in two different ways. You can get it all at once, or you can get it slowly over the course of 29 years. If you get the cash all at once, then the government immediately takes out 24% of federal taxes. And then of course the state will get their taxes. So like here in DC, it's like 9.75% that's taken off. So even though you were advertised $67 million, the actual jackpot was the 40 million. So really you walk away with about 26 million bucks. The reason it was advertised as $67 million is because of the other option. If you take it slowly over the course of 29 years, then the government holds onto that money and invests it in like bonds and it gains interest. And they project that over that time, it will actually be a total payout of $67 million. That also gets taxed a bunch of ways and whatever, and eventually you end up with about $43 million if you do the overtime. So 26 million versus $43 million, depending on if you take it all at once or take it over time. The point is that once again, even with the winner, the government makes a lot of money off of lotteries. And this is the number that should blow all of our minds. The US federal and local lottery revenue in 2020 was around $27 billion. $27 billion in government revenue because of the lottery. And this is kind of where it feels a little messed up, because I thought we already had a way of funding the government. Isn't that just called taxes?
Look, we got the Powerball number! We won $3!
Wow, you think we should get that over 20 years or go for the big payout?
Hello, America. I'm John Crow. It is Tuesday, January 17th.
Okay.
It's $20 million. To win the jackpot, you must match these 5 Whamos plus that gold mega ball. Now, see if I can make you a millionaire today.
I already lost. This. Back to the video. So now we can answer this question. Why does the government run a gambling scheme? And it boils down to this. Lotteries were illegal in the United States for a very long time. Public opinion was very against them. But then in the 60s, New Hampshire needed money. At the time, they didn't have a sales tax or an income tax. They were running low on tax revenue to fund their schools. So they passed a law that allowed them to start a sweepstakes to raise funds for their schools. And it kind of worked. They made money. I mean, presumably, right? Like, and then other states were like, wait a minute, we can make taxes into a fun game and no one will get mad at us? And the answer is yes, you can. It's called the lottery. And so a bunch of other states started to adopt it. And now we're headed into an era that is characterized by lower and lower taxes.
By lowering everyone's tax rates all the way up the income scale, each of us will have a greater incentive to climb higher, to excel, to help America grow.
Taxes have never been popular, but this was a time when taxes really started to hit a new low. So after years of being illegal, the lottery is back, and it is back with a vengeance. Soon you have these multi-state national lotteries, and the government starts to make millions and then billions of dollars of tax revenue. Revenue that they weren't getting from just boring old taxes. Okay, so the lottery is just another tax, but who ends up paying these fun, voluntary taxes? The people who pay them are the ones who don't really have the means to. Poorer and less educated people are the ones who play the lottery most.
The lottery is mostly a tax on people who don't know math.
The lottery ends up as a tax on those who can least afford it.
It's a tax on the poor.
But most of that money is spent by low-income consumers.
In South Carolina, one report found that people who make less than $35,000 a year spent more than double on lottery tickets than people who make over $100,000 a year. Let that sink in for a second. Double. They also found that people of color are more likely to buy lottery tickets than white players. One study found that in almost every state, whether it's by design or not, neighborhoods that have lottery retailers have a higher poverty rate than neighborhoods that don't have lottery retailers. Remember, this is the free market. These retailers are following the demand. So yeah, you start to see a picture of the government using the desperation of those who are less educated to generate revenue that they don't get from boring old regular taxes. And then I think the moment that actually gets me here is that money, that revenue, goes to fund things that isn't often beneficial to the poorer communities that bought the tickets and paid the taxes. So yeah, that is the lottery. The question is, why do we keep doing this? And again, it goes back to that very shrewd economic argument. Humans love gambling. They're gonna do it anyway. Why not just regulate it and make some extra revenue out of it? But as always, there's some private interests here too, keeping this all alive. Who prints all of these, right? Who makes the latex that goes on the little scratch off? Those are companies that make a lot of money off the lottery. And they actually have lobbyists keeping the lottery alive. So yeah, the lottery exists and will probably always exist. I mean, humans love gambling, and taxes exist and are necessary. We need to fund our government. But do we need to run a gambling scheme to raise those taxes? The specific way that the government runs the lottery today is a regressive tax on the poor. It raises money and it sends that money to places that doesn't benefit the people who are funding that tax. And so when we see that gambling funds education or goes to good causes, to me that just feels misleading. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor. All right, another video is in the hopper. The lottery. What, is hopper not cool? Thanks for watching, everyone. I want to tell you about a few things that I need to tell you about at the end of the video that you may be interested in. Number one, it's no longer just me. I mean, it hasn't been for like years, but like we now have a large team of people who contribute to making these videos. And we have a behind the scenes vlog that we publish once a month over at the newsroom. The newsroom is just the fancy way of saying Patreon, but newsroom just sounds way cooler, so we call it the newsroom. Every month we publish a behind the scenes vlog. We have my scripts are over there. You can read the scripts and see what those look like if you're interested. You get a royalty-free Tom Fox song, and you get the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting this channel and the journalism that we're trying to do. The link is in my description. You can go check that out. Another way to support that might be helpful to you is like we have LUTs and presets. LUTs are how we color our video. Without a LUT, it looks like this. With a LUT, it looks like this. Much better. We developed these LUTs with a professional colorist, and they're really pretty. You can buy those and help support the channel, and also color your photos and video much better. You can go watch my next video like right now, like it's actually live, over on Nebula, because we publish everything a week early on Nebula, ad-free. So go to Nebula using the link in my description. If you use the link in my description, it actually helps support the channel, so like do that. If none of those things are interesting to you and you're still watching this, I have to ask you, why are you still watching this? Like, why are you still here when you could be watching some other cool video on the internet? Answer in the comments. See you later. That's not the interactivity of like, oh shit, why am I still here? Cut that, cut that, cut that. Who am I?
Can I have a quick show of hands? Who's heard of Tencent? Great start.
If you look at the world's most valuable companies, you won't be surprised to find the likes of Apple, Microsoft, and Google. But one name does stand out: Tencent. The company is worth more than the likes of Facebook, MasterCard, and Samsung. And yet, if you ask the majority of people what Tencent does, you'd be met with a confused look. The truth is that Tencent does everything. Because whilst Tencent's mascot is a friendly looking penguin, a more accurate animal to embody this conglomerate would be a giant octopus, with tentacles reaching into almost every industry you can think of all over the world. In most places, Tencent operates from the shadows, hence why it's not a household name. But whether you realize it or not, you almost certainly use products or services Tencent is involved with. However, in Tencent's home country of China, it's a very different story. Everyone is aware that Tencent dominates their lives, and that's because in China, Tencent has achieved the seemingly impossible: one app to rule them all.
The Chinese company I'd be most worried about is Tencent because of WeChat.
In China, it is sort of impossible to live without WeChat. It dominates every aspect of life in China, from banking, gaming, shopping, social media.
It's so essential to their daily life. One business executive compared it to me, saying that it was like water or electricity.
You see, Tencent created an app called WeChat that's been dubbed the Everything app, or the operating system of China. And that's because almost all of China's 1.4 billion population use this app for an average of 4 hours every day. That's more than the average American user spends on all social media apps combined. And the reason people in China use WeChat so much is because it's basically every app you can think of rolled into one. It's essentially Facebook, PayPal, WhatsApp, Netflix, Google, Spotify, Uber, Yelp, Tinder, Zoom, YouTube, Deliveroo, Amazon, and lots more, all in one single app. Now, there's no doubt that this is extremely convenient. Everything connected in one app and one profile. You pay your bills through it, call your friends through it, and essentially live your entire life through it. However, one single company having access to literally all your data, every aspect of your life, from your exact location to your entire bank history to every message and call and search you've ever made, it's a lot. And then it gets worse when you realize that the line between where Tencent ends and the Chinese government begins is blurry. Meaning the Chinese Communist Party, known as the CCP, has access to all that information as well, making WeChat one of the most powerful surveillance tools ever created. Not just that, but private messages and images that are sent through Tencent's apps like WeChat are scanned to see if they need to be censored. If you say anything that the Chinese government doesn't want you to, the best case scenario is your message just doesn't get delivered. Worst case scenario is you end up in jail or simply disappear. For example, one citizen literally just made a light-hearted joke to some friends about a government official and soon found himself jailed for a text. And it almost seems like the CCP wants people to be aware of this in order to prevent them even trying to say anything they don't like in the first place. Because the Chinese government has even openly confirmed that it can access deleted WeChat conversations as well without permission from the user or courts. Now, of course, as we know from Snowden's leaks, countries surveilling their citizens with technology is certainly not just something that happens in China. However, China has definitely taken it to new levels. Amnesty International is an organization focused on human rights and carried out a report of how messaging apps handle their data, and they concluded the worst offender by far was Tencent, the only company to literally score 0 out of 100 for its treatment of data. This is because of massive problems about transparency and what they do with data, where it ends up, and not even denying that it gives the CCP a backdoor to access all encrypted messages. Now, of course, pretty much all Chinese companies have to have some ties to the CCP in order to be allowed to succeed. But Tencent is unique because it has been allowed to monopolize entire industries in China and use brutal tactics to wipe out competitors without any interference from regulators. But in exchange for that freedom, some would say as a result, they've been turned into a weapon for the Chinese government. It's estimated the CCP has thousands of members inside Tencent, including party officials on the Tencent executive board who can influence decisions. For example, during the initial COVID outbreak, the Chinese government used WeChat for population control, assigning color codes to determine whether people were healthy and what they were eligible for, like if they were allowed to leave their homes or not. Another example is ordering Tencent to change their games to conform to Communist Party values, as well as making Tencent add facial recognition to their games so kids can only play them for a max of 90 minutes per day. But before you think this doesn't affect you, think again.
The vision of Tencent is to connect people and connect everything.
You see, once Tencent built their monopoly in China, they began expanding abroad, and essentially went on one of the biggest shopping sprees in history. They've invested heavily in companies like Reddit, Tesla, Discord, Spotify, Snapchat, and Universal Music. And those are just a couple of the many hundreds of companies outside of China that Tencent are now involved with. They are also the largest gaming company in the world, with revenue significantly higher than any competitor. This is particularly crazy when you consider that gaming is just one of countless different industries Tencent operates in, and yet their gaming division alone is bigger than the entire company of Nintendo or EA. And the reason Tencent is so dominant in gaming is because they own 100% of Riot Games, creator of League of Legends, 40% of Epic Games, creator of Fortnite, not to mention stakes in Ubisoft, Activision Blizzard, and so many more of the world's most popular games. The same is true in other industries. For example, Tencent's payment division is nearly as big as PayPal's entire business, and it's reported WeChat Pay generates over 1 billion payment transactions per day, more than Visa and MasterCard combined. They've also got Tencent Music, they're huge in esports, and are even now involved in making Hollywood movies like Men in Black.
I think if you look at Tencent Music, the company makes about 400 million, 500 million in profit.
In other words, it's hard to fully grasp just how large Tencent is. But it's only recently that the West has started to realize the influence Tencent, and thus China, actually have. One small example was how Blizzard, the World of Warcraft studio partially owned by Tencent, banned a gamer who endorsed the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong. In other words, China seemed to be using Tencent as a weapon to influence decisions outside of China. This caused many people to ask, how is this one Chinese company seemingly now dictating what people in the US are allowed to say? The same was true with the NBA. You see, Tencent Video has a deal with the NBA to stream their matches, but in 2019, Daryl Morey, manager of the Houston Rockets, tweeted, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." In response, Tencent said they would not be streaming any Rockets matches in future. So, soon after this, the manager was forced to delete his support for Hong Kong, backtrack on his stance, and apologized for his inappropriate tweets. Players then came out stating that they love China.
Yeah, we apologize. We love China. We love, playing there.
So, whilst in recent years some have started to wonder if China could use Tencent to influence things abroad, the answer seems to be that they already are. Multiple governments from the US to India have now called WeChat a security threat, and others have suggested it's a monitoring weapon in your pocket.
And turning now to the major decision by the Trump administration banning the popular social media apps TikTok and WeChat from U.S. app stores.
U.S. President Donald Trump issued an executive order last month targeting the app as a security threat.
But what's perhaps most fascinating about Tencent's story is that you can look at it in two ways. On one hand, Tencent is one of the greatest business success stories ever. At one point, the company had only $1,000 in its bank account. And so the journey of how a group of friends turned their struggling startup into one of the world's largest companies is remarkable and filled with useful lessons and genius business strategies. What they have achieved is ridiculously impressive, and there is definitely an argument that Tencent has been unfairly caught in the middle of a political storm that they didn't want any part of. But on the other hand, Tencent is often surrounded by controversy. This includes their brutal monopolistic practices to crush any competition, their blatant plagiarism of just ripping off other companies and apps, their extreme censorship and violations of privacy and freedom of speech, accusations of poor working conditions, and the fact multiple countries now see it as a national security risk because of its close ties to the Chinese government. But I do want to be clear, to just dismiss Tencent as a puppet of the CCP is unfair. In fact, right now, the Chinese government is actively hurting Tencent's business, and is responsible for wiping hundreds of billions of dollars off Tencent's valuation, which of course just raises even more questions. Why would the CCP be damaging one of its most useful assets? As you can see, the Tencent story has a lot of different pieces to it. There is both good and bad, and several plot twists along the way. Honestly, I've covered lots of different business stories, but Tencent is one of the most fascinating. In this video, we're going on a journey through Tencent's insane history to find out the truth behind this gigantic business empire, a company that influences so much and yet is so rarely discussed. How did they get here? What are they planning next? And what does it mean for all of us? So buckle up, because I assure you, the story of Tencent is going to be a wild ride. If you walked past Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, or Mark Zuckerberg, I'm pretty sure you'd notice. But when it comes to Tencent's founder and CEO, despite running such a gigantic, influential corporation, it's quite likely you've never even seen him before. He goes by the name of Pony Ma in English.
Our next guest is the founder and CEO of Tencent, Pony Ma.
However, this is his actual Chinese name. But since in English his surname translates to horse, he goes by the name Pony as a bit of a joke. The fact we don't usually hear much about Pony Ma or know much of his story is mostly by design. Tencent tries to walk the tightrope of keeping both China and the rest of the world happy, and since that's very difficult to balance, he opts to not speak out publicly much at all. It's better to just say nothing rather than cause controversy and headlines. The other reason we know so little about Pony is that unlike his arch nemesis Jack Ma, the founder of China's other dominant company, Alibaba, Pony is introverted and simply doesn't like being in the spotlight. And this has always been the case. Growing up, Pony Ma was a quiet kid who mostly went unnoticed throughout his school years. The only time he did get much attention was when he hacked into his university's computers and got a reputation as a great coder. In fact, for his university thesis, he created a software program that could help forecast stock price movements. And this software was so useful that at age 22, he sold the program to the company he was interning at for a price of about 3 times his annual salary. By the time Pony graduated from college, the internet was in its very early stages, and whilst of course it was very primitive back then, Pony was excited by its potential and began thinking of business ideas to try and capitalize on this exciting new internet technology. However, although Pony was undeniably a very talented and hardworking programmer, the beginning of his future business empire did not come from some revolutionary idea that Pony himself created. You see, it's time for the first uncomfortable truth about Tencent. The business was started by just ripping off someone else's idea, and as we'll soon see, that has remained a fundamental part of Tencent's business strategy ever since. But it all began when one day Pony was browsing online and stumbled across something called ICQ, an internet chat platform that at the time was pretty groundbreaking. It was basically the first mass-adopted instant messaging system on the internet, letting any two people online have a private conversation in real time. So in 1998, Pony and his Tencent co-founders, which was 3 of his friends from school, launched their own duplicate chat service that was more catered to the Chinese market. Now, admittedly, it was a common practice in China to just clone popular Western services. For example, Baidu copied Google, Alibaba copied eBay, Weibo copied Twitter, and so Tencent copied ICQ. But just to demonstrate how much of a rip-off Tencent's chat product was of ICQ, they literally called their service OICQ. So they just added the letter O to the name. Initially though, Tencent's future looked bleak. They got the cheapest office they could in a chaotic and loud neighborhood full of street vendors peddling knockoff electronics. They were crammed into a tiny room, which bizarrely had a disco ball hanging from the ceiling. To be fair though, once Tencent had set up their internet chat service, OICQ, they did a great job of tailoring it more towards the Chinese market. One simple example of this is that because download speeds in China were so slow in the 90s, it would take ages for people to download most chat programs, whereas Tencent made sure their chat software had a much smaller file size, so downloaded much faster. Also, unlike other chat software where you could only message people you already knew, Pony made it so that on OICQ, strangers could connect if they wanted to as well, thus laying the early foundations of it becoming a social network. At first though, the problem was that very few people even knew OICQ existed. Pony himself later admitted, when users first came, nobody was in the chat room. I had to keep them company and talk with them. Sometimes I had to change my profile picture and pretend to be a girl. So you had the CEO talking to random people in the chat, hoping they'd like the service enough to keep using it. Now, to be fair, this was actually more of a side project for Tencent in the early days. Pony initially actually spent more of his time trying to work on a software that connected pages, or bleepers as they were also known, to the internet. Unfortunately, that idea was going nowhere, and so Pony was relieved when one evening he logged onto their chat app and saw a spike in users. 2 months in, they'd hit 500 users, and from that point, the user number began to rise faster and faster each month as people in China shared OICQ with their friends and family. Before long, the chat app was growing so fast that it became Tencent's only focus. They ditched the pager idea completely and went all in on OICQ. Thousands of users were now joining every day, and so you'd think Pony would have been thrilled. But in reality, he was more stressed than ever. That's because there were 3 major issues. Number 1, servers in China were expensive at the time, and they kept having to buy more, which was particularly problematic because of issue number 2. Tencent wasn't making any money. OICQ was taking off like a rocket, but it wasn't monetized, and so they were actually just losing money the more people used it. But then, worst of all, issue number 3. One day in 1999, about 9 months after starting OICQ, Pony received a thick envelope in the mail from America. It was a letter from the lawyers of AOL, a big American company who owned the original ICQ chat software that Tencent had copied. It said they were suing Tencent for violating intellectual property laws and demanded Tencent stop using the name OICQ immediately. By this point, OICQ had hit 1 million users and was growing rapidly, but Tencent didn't have the money for a lawsuit. They barely had any money at all. In fact, most of the small Tencent team were doing freelance work on the side to try and raise enough money to pay the rising server costs. They were all working crazy hours and getting very stressed out, so eventually Pony decided to try and sell the company. Unsurprisingly though, given the lack of revenue and legal issues, nobody wanted to buy it. People just kept saying they didn't see how it would make enough money to be sustainable. But then Pony learned about the concept of venture capital. Investors who were looking for companies that weren't necessarily profitable yet, but had huge future potential. As soon as Pony learned about this concept, he immediately began contacting VC firms and managed to get a meeting with China's most well-known venture capital fund called IDG Capital. In the pitch, Pony used an unusual tactic: brutal honesty. He told IDG, "If you don't fund us right now, Tencent will probably die. And even if you do give us the money, the future is still uncertain." Pony also admitted they weren't fully sure how they would even monetize their chat software. But what he did know is that millions of Chinese people liked using it and that there could be real value there. Now, you'd think that this would be pretty underwhelming to investors. But surprisingly, IDG Capital agreed to invest in Tencent. Years later, one of IDG's decision makers said that Pony's total honesty, rather than the typical overconfidence and false promises that founders often make, is actually what made him think Pony was a really down-to-earth guy who could be trusted, which encouraged them to invest. So, IDG Capital, along with another VC firm, together invested $2.2 million for 40% of Tencent's business. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the deal had not gone through right then, Tencent probably wouldn't exist today. Not only were they nearly out of money, but the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, and investment in cash-burning internet businesses all but dried up. Luckily for Tencent though, they'd got the money just in time, and so could continue operating. There was still the lawsuit threat from AOL to deal with though, and so Pony was forced to shut down the OICQ domain names and rebrand their chat app as something else. Eventually, Pony decided to rename it as simply QQ. So, their legal trouble was sorted, they had enough investment to carry on running, and their user number continued to grow at an insane rate. After hitting 1 million users in year 1, they reached 50 million in year 2, as more and more people in China shared the software with other people so they could chat. Tencent had perfectly adapted the original ICQ chat to fit Chinese consumers better. Now, just one issue remained: making money. Whilst you'd think having lots of users would make monetization easy, back in the early 2000s on the internet in China, it actually wasn't. Pony tried multiple monetization strategies, including placing banner ads on QQ, selling QQ's chat software to companies, and charging a small membership fee to use the software. All of these failed. And in fact, the membership fee in particular backfired horribly. People in China hated the idea of paying a fee to use any internet service, and so this allowed some competitors to gain market share from Tencent. On QQ's 3rd birthday in 2003, Pony scrapped the subscription fee and made QQ completely free again. But of course, they had to make money somehow. Luckily, it was around this time that some Tencent employees had discovered a Korean website called sayclub.com, which allowed people to create personalized avatars with customizable appearances, dresses and clothing. It seemed really popular in Korea, so Tencent decided to once again copy a popular feature from elsewhere and launch their own avatar feature inside QQ called QQ Show, thus giving Chinese citizens a way to express themselves by having their own unique character to represent their profile. For a very small fee, you could buy designer clothes, accessories, and styles for your character. Whilst buying things for your avatar was cheap, equivalent to just a few cents, it cost Tencent nothing, and those microtransactions added up fast. This feature quickly became very popular, especially amongst younger users. Your avatar became a signal of your status, and the feature worked particularly well because many people had started using QQ as a dating app, adding strangers randomly and chatting with them. And so the avatar function was a way to express some personality, and in some cases establish themselves as being rich by purchasing the most expensive avatar items. Finally, Pony could relax a little. Tencent's chat software QQ was now making money by selling these virtual items, and they soon crossed 100 million users in China. Pony even met his future wife through QQ. For 3 months, he was chatting with a girl on there before they met in person. Funnily enough, when they first started chatting on QQ, she had no idea she was speaking to the founder of the service. She reportedly messaged him asking, "Who are you?" And he wrote back, "I'm Penguin Dad," a reference to the fact that Tencent's mascot was a penguin. But she just replied, "Then I'm Penguin Mum." Their relationship began from there, and 6 months after meeting in person, they were married. Unfortunately for Pony, that happiness would be short-lived, as little did he realize his company was about to go to war, and their opponent was a $100 billion corporation called Microsoft. In 2004, a chat service called MSN entered the Chinese market as a direct competitor to Tencent's QQ. MSN was run by Microsoft, which was terrifying for Tencent, as Microsoft had such vast wealth and resources. And Microsoft had decided to double down on its efforts in China, given it was such a massive market. And since their chat service was much more professional and streamlined than QQ, MSN quickly attracted businesses and students. QQ seemed more like a casual chat application, but less of a serious communication tool. On the other hand, MSN was becoming more widely used in offices in China, and thus it was quickly eating into QQ's market share. Tencent really just had one big advantage over Microsoft though. MSN's decision making was much slower because of their bureaucratic corporate hierarchy, where every big decision had to be signed off by their American headquarters. For example, it was actually MSN's China team who suggested the idea that users should be able to still receive messages even while offline and be able to see them when they came back. But the suggestion never went anywhere. Meanwhile, Tencent managed to incorporate the same feature in just a couple of weeks, and it proved to be hugely popular. And so even though Tencent had grown into a fairly big company by this point, they still acted more like a scrappy startup. This often meant their apps were a bit buggy and had some issues, but they were able to launch new features really fast, get real-time feedback, and just fix issues along the way with very regular updates. Another issue for Microsoft's MSN chat was that initially they kept all their data back on US servers, which meant Tencent's QQ chat service that ran on local Chinese servers was much faster to use. But the biggest mistake for MSN was that they later incorporated their MSN chat into their platform MSN Live. And this just confused users, as now to use the chat they had to go to a website instead, and it was just unnecessary extra steps. Ultimately, despite having greater resources, MSN lost the fight to Tencent. In truth, China hadn't been a main priority of theirs. Microsoft had bigger battles going on elsewhere, like with Google in the US, whereas Tencent at the time had just one focus, which allowed them to go all in. But this victory over Microsoft was a critical turning point for Tencent, as after defeating a much bigger company, they went on to completely dominate the chat market in China, passing 500 million users in late 2005. And it was this dominance that would be the springboard for all of Pony's other plans. You see, Pony had a vision of being much more than just a popular chat platform, but instead a whole network of integrated internet services, as this would make it much harder for anyone else in the future to try and compete with them. And so Tencent began adding several other features into QQ, like the ability to access news. And after seeing how quickly Tencent was growing, a South African company called Naspers had decided to invest $32 million in Tencent and become their largest shareholder. In fact, they still are to this day, meaning Naspers got one of the highest investment returns ever. But back when they first invested in Tencent, this gave Pony the influx of cash he needed to begin the next stage of his plan. And this is where things start to get crazy. Tencent had realized that a lot of people used QQ whilst playing games, as people would chat with their friends whilst they were all playing. So Tencent decided the next logical place for them to expand was into both acquiring and building games of their own. Since they already had such an active user base, within just a year of integrating games into QQ, Tencent had added another $50 million in annual revenue. Now, Tencent's quick expansion into the gaming market was aided massively by the fact they were a Chinese company. As you may know, the internet in China is restricted by the Great Firewall, which stops people within China accessing many websites the Chinese government don't want them to, including the likes of Facebook and YouTube. And that's largely because it wants to censor what its citizens can see, but it's also because it wants to promote local Chinese companies instead. And as a result, in many industries, China has a policy where foreign companies have to partner with a local Chinese company to be able to sell their products or services in China. And so this meant Tencent could simply team up with makers of successful games in other countries and then adapt and distribute their game to the Chinese market. These licensing deals allowed Tencent to make a lot of money quickly without even having to produce any games themselves. They could just partner with makers of popular games in other countries, bring their game to the Chinese market, and promote them to their massive QQ user base. Since international companies were reliant on finding a Chinese partner if they wanted to enter the Chinese market, Tencent knew they had a lot of leverage and an unfair advantage in negotiations. If game makers wanted to bring their game to China's gigantic population, they needed a Chinese partner, and who better than Tencent given their huge user base? One example of Tencent's power is illustrated by an anecdote from the American video game developer Zynga when they were trying to agree a deal with Tencent. An ex-Zynga employee said, "Negotiations go on for months and months, and then by the time you get to the red line stage in the contract, all of a sudden at the last minute, they change everything. It's a business tactic they use to wear down their partner." But as well as licensing games for the Chinese market, Tencent did make some of their own games too, normally by just replicating fairly simple games that were working well elsewhere. For example, QQ Speed was very heavily inspired from Mario Kart. This of course was even more lucrative than licensing, as it meant they kept all the money for themselves. And it was low risk as they were using game concepts that were already proven to work well abroad and just making their own version of it for China. However, since China had a major lack of digital piracy enforcement, Tencent realized if people weren't paying for games up front and were just sharing them for free, why not make the games free for everyone and make money through in-game sales instead, like paying for extra lives, features, and upgrades. Nowadays, of course, microtransactions within games are extremely normal, but Tencent were definitely one of the first to push this so heavily, and it worked. Tencent's revenue continued to rise. With monetization now going so well, Tencent IPO'd in 2004 on the Hong Kong stock market, which provided them a war chest for Tencent to invest heavily in more expansion and growth. However, that growth would only be possible thanks to Tencent's culture. Now, most Chinese tech companies are notorious for their long work hours. The schedule is often referred to as the 996 schedule, meaning you work 9 AM to 9 PM 6 days a week.
And that includes hours and hours of unpaid overtime.
That's illegal, but the government turns a blind eye because long hours like that built China's tech giants. His day at one of China's tech giants started at 8 AM and should have ended at 8 PM. But he says nobody wanted to be the first to leave or you'd be labeled unprofessional.
像每天下班这么晚，你说要开心哦，要快乐肯定是没有。
如果是下半年的话，大概基本上是11点半到12点下班，然后基本上没有午休，现在已经有点麻木，就是下班就赶紧休息吧，然后可能。
And certainly at Tencent, the culture was very demanding, with internal meetings often going on past midnight. But Tencent also had a strict hiring process, as Pony believed that 5 A players were better than a team of 50 who weren't fully committed, as even one person lowering the standards and not working hard can reduce team morale and drag down everyone else to their level. Not just that, but one of the key culture decisions Pony made after their battle with Microsoft was to ensure that almost everyone in the business had freedom to pitch new ideas and work on new projects. So rather than having a specific research and development division, everyone was expected to innovate. As a result, the whole of Tencent's workforce were actively monitoring the market for new apps and ideas they could essentially rip off and incorporate into QQ. Even Pony himself said in an interview at the time, "I don't blindly innovate. The smartest approach is to learn from the best examples and then try to surpass them." Pony pointed out that this is exactly what American tech giants like Microsoft and Google did as well. But in China, it really was the Wild West where anyone could just blatantly copy anyone else with no protection. And to be fair, this wasn't one way. Whilst Tencent copied others copied Tencent as well. But because Tencent's QQ software gave them access to hundreds of millions of Chinese users, it meant they could then divert that attention to the new features they launched, giving them a huge advantage. Before long, Tencent had a notorious reputation as a killer copycat.
At one point, its reputation fell so low
It was embroiled in a full-blown media controversy, and peers openly accused and scolded it for violating copyrights.
And Tencent's reputation took an even bigger hit after a battle with a security company called Qihoo that offered a popular antivirus software called 360 Safeguard. Tencent had decided they wanted to get into the security market as well, so they'd created their own very similar version of Qihoo's security software called QQ Doctor. And because they could simply integrate it into the already very popular QQ software, they almost immediately gained a 40% market share in China. So Qihoo decided to fight back by launching a big media campaign accusing Tencent of spying on its users, saying Tencent accessed user data and files on people's devices it didn't have permission to. Tencent sued Qihoo as a result, but in the court of public opinion this backfired, as it looked like a bigger company just trying to silence a smaller company with legal threats, rather than actually trying to demonstrate their innocence. And then Tencent made an extremely bold move. They informed users that Qihoo's software was not compatible with QQ, meaning users had to choose either keep Qihoo's security software or keep their beloved chat app that connects them to all their friends and family. You couldn't use both. If QQ detected Qihoo 360 Safeguard on your system, QQ stopped working. But Tencent's gamble paid off. Tencent knew that ultimately, most users were too connected to QQ to abandon it. So Qihoo were mostly the ones who lost users instead. People just switched to QQ's antivirus software, which was very similar anyway. It was yet another victory for Tencent, and proof of how easily they could launch a new internet service and almost immediately become the market leader. In the media, headlines such as Tencent Empire out of control started to appear, as this was clearly monopolistic to essentially ban your users from using a competitor's products. But interestingly, the Chinese government showed no interest in intervening. They seemed quite happy to sit back and let Tencent grow. Only later would it become clear why. But with no regulations or laws to stop them, between 2005 and 2010, Tencent's revenue went from $200 million to $2.9 billion. However, as Tencent continued their expansion in China, opening up more internet services and then leveraging QQ's massive user base to make them popular, eventually they realized a new strategy might be needed. For a while, Tencent had simply been trying to work on everything, competing in loads of different sectors and making clones of all different internet services and just seeing what worked. Basically, they tried to compete everywhere, rather than playing to their own strengths. And really, Tencent's biggest strength was in leveraging its QQ chat platform with hundreds of millions of users to direct traffic to other places, like they'd done with news and gaming. So as their copycat reputation got worse, one Tencent executive said, "There's a lot of great entrepreneurs outside, and if you turn every single one of them into your enemy, it's not a good thing. As a company, you can't actually hire those entrepreneurs, so what are you going to do? Investment is actually the best way to get a piece of their action." Thus, Tencent began shifting its strategy towards investing in Chinese companies instead of always trying to directly compete against them and crush them. For example, Tencent paid $448 million for 36.5% of China's third largest search engine, and merged their own search product into that, rather than competing. Tencent was now willing to back a champion rather than do everything itself. Essentially, Tencent's new strategy was almost to become a startup incubator. It would invest in businesses and take some of their equity, and then build an ecosystem of connected companies that it could help grow using its existing user base and infrastructure. Another example was when Tencent combined with China's second largest online retailer, JD.com. Tencent had no real expertise in e-commerce themselves, and so they figured it made sense to just back one of the most prominent companies in the industry in exchange for equity, and then leverage their own internet traffic, experience, and capital to help the company they backed succeed. As a result, Tencent became a kingmaker. As support from Tencent could help ensure a company was successful, and from Tencent's perspective, it meant they massively reduced operational complexity as they weren't doing literally everything themselves anymore. Before long, Tencent was one of China's biggest investment companies, and QQ was now much more than a chat software. It was a portal to many other internet services that Tencent had either created or invested in, and thus, QQ seemed unstoppable. But interestingly, the one app that would eventually surpass QQ was also created by Tencent. Tencent had already succeeded with QQ's desktop chat app, which had now evolved into a website portal with online games and other internet services. But in 2010, mobile internet was beginning to rise in popularity very quickly. Many Chinese people began using a smartphone but not a computer. Pony was paranoid that with the switch to mobile happening, a new startup could displace their dominance. So he decided Tencent needed to create this new startup themselves. Internally within Tencent, Pony created 3 separate teams to work on a new mobile messaging app, meaning they were competing against each other, and also competing against Tencent's desktop app QQ. This practice of teams internally competing at Tencent is normal. In fact, the culture of Tencent has been described as a shark womb, referencing how some unborn sharks cannibalize siblings in the womb to ensure their own survival. So basically, rather than put all their eggs in one basket, multiple teams at Tencent work on a concept, like a new mobile chat app in this case, and the best survives. Or as Pony himself has said, you either wait for someone else to kill you, or you do it yourself first. So Tencent began work on their mobile chat app that they wanted to essentially be a clone of WhatsApp and Kik, a free mobile chat app where people could send messages to their contacts using Wi-Fi or mobile data. Interestingly, Tencent had actually tried to buy WhatsApp for $10 billion rather than starting a new app from scratch. But because Pony Ma had to have back surgery, the discussions got delayed. In that time, Mark Zuckerberg swooped in and bought WhatsApp for $19 billion. And something the possibility of Tencent buying WhatsApp prompted Zuckerberg to close the deal so quickly. Either way, after the WhatsApp deal fell through, Tencent decided to pursue their own chat apps instead, and in January 2011, they launched WeChat. Although in China, it has the name Weixin. Unlike QQ, which had been developed for desktops, WeChat was specifically made for mobile. Despite this, the app was not a massive hit right away, but it did start to gain traction in China when Tencent added a feature called Push to Talk, which allowed people to easily record a voice note, and it would convert what you said into a text message. This was immediately a very popular feature, but once again, it was copied from someone else, an app called TalkBox. You see, at first, Tencent had offered to buy TalkBox, but whilst negotiations were ongoing, Tencent just replicated TalkBox's app within WeChat by themselves, and inevitably beat TalkBox with their superior resources. In later years, companies in China would learn that an offer from Tencent was actually an offer you couldn't refuse. You either lose your company by selling to them, or lose your company by them copying and crushing you. At least if you sell your company, you make some money. When Pony was asked about this at a conference in China, he said, "In America, when you bring an idea to market, you usually have several months before competition pops up, allowing you to capture significant market share. In China, you can have hundreds of competitors within the first hours of going live. Ideas are not important in China, execution is." So WeChat was now gaining momentum in China, and just like QQ, Tencent did not want to keep it as just a chat application. In fact, because WeChat was a mobile app that people would always have with them wherever they were, Pony quickly realized that the amount of services they could connect to WeChat was seemingly limitless. For example, within WeChat's app, Tencent introduced a feature called Moments, basically their version of Facebook or Instagram, a real-time social media feed of posts, images, and articles. Following the success of this, they added a blogging service called Public Accounts, so people could write articles which could then be shared on Moments. There was also official accounts, allowing publishers to distribute content and businesses to distribute products and services.
This would be like the equivalent of following their newsletter, for example. But nobody in China really uses emails very much, so they're more likely to use WeChat to follow brands that they're interested in.
By 2012, WeChat had 100 million users. Remember, it only launched in 2011, thus making it the fastest social media growth in history, taking only 433 days to hit 100 million users. For context, it took Facebook around 5 years. A year later, in 2013, WeChat was at 300 million users. But the key to WeChat's eventual dominance in China was that Tencent just kept bundling more features in this same app. For example, they added quirky features like Drift Bottle, which was a service within WeChat to help people find new friends or dates. You essentially put either a voice or text message in a virtual bottle, throw it into a virtual sea, and then another random user picks it up and decides whether to reply to your message or throw it back for someone else to get. This actually became a really popular feature, with many Chinese people making genuine friendships and relationships through it. And for some people, it became a hookup app. Tencent also created Friends Nearby for a similar purpose, which was like an early version of Tinder and helped WeChat grow even faster. But one of the most crucial developments for WeChat came about kind of by accident. You see, in China, it's a tradition that during the Lunar New Year, people charitably give away red envelopes and packets containing money. So WeChat decided to create a red packet function within their app so people could digitally send red packets to people, which transferred real money to their accounts. During that holiday, over 75 million red packets were sent via WeChat. This led Tencent to a clear realization: mobile payments were the future. This feature that was meant to be a fun little temporary thing over the holidays ended up leading Tencent to create WeChat Pay, their mobile payments platform to digitally transfer money. Before long, WeChat's wallet feature was not just used to send payments to other people, but as a way to pay for things in shops, and in fact, basically anything where money needed to be sent or paid. Rather than carrying around a credit or debit card, it was easier to just use WeChat since their bank details were already connected.
They won't ask for cash because nobody's really paying for anything with cash nowadays in China. In fact, even if you give them cash, they might not actually be able to accept it.
Once again, this may seem like an obvious feature today, but back in 2013 when it launched in China, this mobile payment function was an incredible feature, and hence helped WeChat become even more popular. And as more people in China started predominantly using smartphones, eventually WeChat surpassed QQ. Even though they were both started as chat services run by Tencent, WeChat was definitely better for mobile, and mobile was becoming much more widely used in China. By 2015, WeChat crossed 500 million users. Of course, whilst the app name hasn't changed, chatting is now just a tiny fraction of what WeChat does. Which leads us to the most crucial feature of all for WeChat, the feature that turned it into the super app it is today that dominates the lives of almost everyone in China. In January 2017, WeChat launched a feature called Mini Programs that allows users to access tens of thousands of other apps within WeChat's own app, completely bypassing the need for an app store. So for example, instead of you having to download a separate app for every single restaurant, hotel, or shop you go to, they'd all just have a mini program within WeChat. This not only allowed WeChat to connect itself to people's offline lives as well as online, but it helped cement WeChat as the everything app. Even before this, Tencent had created so many of their own services bundled into WeChat, like payments, games, and dating, but this mini programs feature meant there was basically no need to even have other apps on your phone, because services from other businesses were now available via WeChat as well. For example, China's dominant ride-sharing platform Didi have their own mini program within WeChat. So if you want a taxi, you don't need a separate app. Or there's a mini program within WeChat for food delivery or tracking parcels and pretty much everything else you can think of. So to demonstrate this, let's imagine for a moment you're a Chinese citizen and you're meeting a friend for dinner. You call them through WeChat to confirm the plans, you book your taxi to the restaurant via WeChat. In the taxi, you play games and browse the news via WeChat, send your friend your location via WeChat, access the restaurant's mini program via WeChat, which means you can view their menu via WeChat. Then take a photo of your food and post it on your social feed, which is on WeChat. Pay for your meal via WeChat. Then afterwards, if you want to go and watch a movie, guess what? You book your tickets through WeChat. Essentially, imagine your life without a smartphone at all, and in China, that's what life would be like without WeChat. Okay, I think I've said the word WeChat too many times. But anyway, as a result of this mini programs feature, Tencent has essentially become the gatekeeper to the market for other businesses, since people don't really need to use the App Store when WeChat has everything inside of it. So companies almost have to partner with Tencent in order for their services to be used. But this means Tencent can effectively tax all other companies by taking a percentage of the revenue generated through their mini programs.
WeChat is linked to other companies, so you go through WeChat to another app or website and then you buy through there, but you pay with your WeChat.
Now, what's interesting is that an all-in-one everything app like this has been suggested outside of China as well. In fact, even quite recently, Elon Musk talked about X, a super app similar to WeChat.
If you're in China, it's basically, you kind of live on WeChat, it does everything. And we don't have anything like that outside of China. Such an app would be really useful.
But it was quickly shut down. We have enough concerns about big tech and social media without one single company controlling everything. But now you can see why Tencent has become a money machine, because unlike many of the big tech giants in the West, such as Facebook and Google, Tencent doesn't need to rely so heavily on advertising revenue. In fact, some Tencent staff joke about how Facebook's business model is very primitive. There's a quote from a Tencent employee saying, "When you have 1 billion users, the last thing you should be thinking about is how do I sell them a ton of ads. What you should be thinking of instead is how to ensure you keep these users happy so you don't drive them away because you're annoying the hell out of them." And that's what's notable about WeChat. It has kept a pretty clean interface and doesn't spam users with ads. It doesn't need to. They make so much money through microtransactions since they're involved in so many aspects of people's lives. When you have over 1 billion people using your app for so many different parts of their life every single day, those small fees on every transaction add up in a massive way.
How would you describe it to you? How important is it?
Half of my life.
Basically, everybody there uses it. At least everybody I know that is age 70 or younger in China uses WeChat.
Basically, the app can help you with all aspects of life, literally, in China.
However, given that WeChat dominates people's lives in China, you may wonder why it's not so popular outside of China. Whilst we don't have confirmation of exactly how many people use it outside of China, estimates suggest possibly up to around 100 million, which is decent, but it's a tiny fraction compared to the well over 1 billion people inside of China who use WeChat. And most of the people who use WeChat outside of China are Chinese expats living abroad, or people needing to connect with others who are in China. So, if WeChat is so useful in China, why didn't the rest of the world adopt it? Why doesn't Tencent expand more in other countries? Well, this is where things get dark. The simple answer is that the same reason Tencent's apps are so big in China is precisely the reason they're not so big anywhere else. It's time to look at Tencent's complicated relationship with the Chinese government. Before we get into Tencent's current relationship with the CCP, it's important to understand how things all began. In 1979, the then leader of China designated an area called Shenzhen as the first test zone of his new economic plans. This would be the first part of China where capitalist business models were allowed, and this began China's rapid ascent to becoming a global superpower. Nowadays, Shenzhen has been dubbed the Silicon Valley of China, as it's home to many of China's tech giants, including Tencent. But the Chinese government's plan was essentially to give some Chinese companies a huge amount of freedom as long as they were benefiting the country overall. So when companies like Tencent and Alibaba capitalized on the internet and built massive user bases, China was happy to allow them to build such dominant companies by any means necessary without any real regulation, as long as they were benefiting China and the CCP overall. They felt it elevated the image of China and Chinese entrepreneurship by having these hugely successful companies. It also meant that rather than foreign companies succeeding in China, like the big American tech giants, instead local Chinese companies would dominate, as the government made it mandatory for foreign companies to partner with a local Chinese company. And finally, the CCP knew that if some Chinese companies became huge empires, then they could invest in lots of other companies, both in China and abroad, thus by proxy allowing China to have a lot of influence on the world and control the narrative they want. So basically, for the Chinese government, Tencent was an appealing prospect. Having access to so much data was great for government surveillance and censorship, and understanding the psyche of its citizens.
Physicians who were on the front lines, who were warning about the pandemic even before it had a name, had their communications censored.
WeChat routinely blocks accounts for discussing issues like the pandemic or human rights abuses in Xinjiang.
They went to my father and threatened him.
Wow.
And said that if your daughter doesn't stop talking about human rights, we are going to persecute your family like in the Cultural Revolution.
After their accounts are blocked, users say that the police come in to question them.
这是说白了，这是集中营。这个时候就通过监控来指定，抓什么样的人。很多人他不知道为什么被抓，不知道把他送到哪里，不知道什么时候放出来。
The problem is the app is so crucial for existence in China that users cannot even give it up.
So China was mostly happy to not interfere and let Tencent continue to grow its dominance, even if it sometimes used anti-competitive tactics. Of course, the CCP were wary of how much power this gave Tencent, which is why their relationship is not as straightforward as you might think. They knew it was important to make sure Tencent was very closely aligned with the CCP, and give them reminders that if Tencent stopped being useful to the Chinese government, Tencent's power could just as easily be taken away. But anyway, let's talk about what this partnership actually means. Tencent's stance is that in order to comply with China's legal and regulatory requirements, it can process and handle private information without requiring user consent in certain situations. Those situations being if the Chinese government wants us to. The CCP reportedly have a direct line to the desks of Tencent product managers and are able to order deletions whenever they want, or monitor specific accounts and specific phrases in both public and private posts. One particularly intimidating policy change in 2017 was that group admins on WeChat were made personally liable for whatever was said on group chats they run. Many simply deleted their groups as a result. Tencent also feeds data to China's social credit scoring system, which can affect what citizens can do. All that information they have, like payment history, real-time location, who you're associated with, can allow the government to create an incredibly detailed picture of who you are, what you buy, and how you behave, thus allowing the government to give you a score of how trustworthy you are as a citizen.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras that are able to instantly put a face to a name. Now, the Chinese are also ranked. It's aggregating data gathered by banks, private companies, and the state to rate if someone's a good or bad citizen. A good score brings benefits, but people with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens. Among them is this journalist Liu Hu. He got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. He was blacklisted. He only realized when he tried to buy a train ticket and was told he was banned from traveling.
But as Tencent grew larger, it seems the CCP became more demanding. Tencent has to employ hundreds, possibly thousands of their own censors, whose job it is to block anti-government posts. Tencent then began deleting lots more posts and suspending accounts that stepped out of line. There are multiple examples of creators, such as blogger Laura Lian, who had hundreds of thousands of fans reading her work, but after making one comment the CCP didn't like, her account was deleted without warning and her income gone. And thus, whilst Chinese citizens clearly enjoy the convenience of WeChat, which admittedly is such a useful app, in the back of people's minds, they're aware that their every move and comment is documented, something which the CCP openly remind people of. Whatever Tencent can see, the Chinese government can see. And so it's kind of crazy that over 1 billion people have opted to sacrifice all aspects of their privacy and free speech for convenience. There's apparently a joke in China that if you order too much food via WeChat, you might get the police tracking you thinking you're harboring fugitives. Now, to be fair here, I really do not believe Tencent set out to create a government surveillance tool. This wasn't some evil plan. Tencent was started by some entrepreneurs wanting to build a business like anyone else, but they managed to create something so popular that the only way the CCP would allow it was if they had some control too. So Tencent didn't really have any choice but to fall in line. Pony is a pragmatic businessman and knows he has to keep the government on side. Hence, when a reporter asked him about censorship at a tech conference, Pony seemed to side with the government by saying, "Lots of people think that they can speak out and that they can be irresponsible. I think that's wrong." Now, to be fair, we have no idea how Pony really feels, but he knows what would happen if he spoke out against the CCP in any way. And the reality is that China's laws require all companies to hand over data if requested. In fact, it's reported that many companies in China have a special office at their headquarters called the Internet Security Police Room, where Chinese public security forces can intervene in company operations or track certain users. Which brings us back to the question, why isn't WeChat as popular outside of China? It's not like Tencent didn't try at all. They do have an English version of their app and even ran big marketing campaigns like this advert with Messi to try and promote WeChat to the world.
WeChat, the new way to connect. Download it now for free. Free voice and text messages. We love, we share, WeChat.
However, one of the most fundamental reasons for its limited international appeal is clearly because of this surveillance and censorship. Research from Citizen Lab found that the Chinese government does monitor and censor confidential information sent via Tencent's apps, even from users outside of China. For example, I saw a story where one person in a private group chat had sent some news about pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong and was confused when nobody else in the group responded. She only later found out nobody else could even see her messages, as her private messages had been censored without her knowing it. Any taboo issues like mentions of Tiananmen Square or Tibet are censored on Tencent apps regardless of if you're in China or not. So basically, just because you were using a Tencent app outside of China doesn't mean that Tencent wouldn't still have to supply any of your data to the CCP if they requested it. Remember, Tencent have to stay on China's good side. And thus, many people understandably have some fear about one company, especially a company with ties to the CCP, having all of their info on every aspect of their life. Thus, whilst surveillance and censorship is what allowed Tencent to become dominant in China, as it meant the CCP let them grow so big, outside of China, that has scared users off. But it's not the only reason WeChat isn't as popular outside of China. The second reason is that every country has different requirements. WeChat works so well because it's perfectly tailored to China, but for the app to be so effective elsewhere, every country would need their own WeChat version with services specifically suited to their country. Thirdly, since China is such a massive market, it made more sense for Tencent to go deep into that market where they already had lots of momentum, rather than diverting resources to start from scratch in other countries. After all, China has a population of over 1.4 billion people, more than 4 times the entire population of the US. But the one downside of doubling down on China was that Tencent didn't get the first mover advantage in other countries. So if WeChat did want to try and become more popular in the US, for example, it would somehow have to compete against so many different established companies who've already managed to get their apps ingrained in people's lives. But the final reason WeChat didn't work so well abroad is simply that it's historically been the case that Chinese tech companies struggle outside of China, just as American companies struggle inside China. However, of course, there has been one very notable exception recently: TikTok. A Chinese app which truly has managed to go global, and this leads us to one of Tencent's most fascinating battles. In China, once your business reaches a certain size, you normally have to sell to or partner with one of the big 3, Baidu, Alibaba, or Tencent. But TikTok and its parent company ByteDance were the one notable exception. Now, if you've seen my video on the history of TikTok, you'll know that the Western social media giants like Facebook and Google completely dismissed the threat of TikTok until it was too late. They let TikTok become one of their biggest advertisers, thus letting them steal hundreds of millions of users from their platforms, as TikTok ran endless ads on YouTube and Facebook. Only years later would the American tech giants realize short-form content was here to stay and launched their own short video apps to compete. But by that point, TikTok had already become a massive hit through advertising on their platforms. Tencent, on the other hand, immediately realized TikTok's threat and carried out their usual playbook move. Tencent assembled a large team to recreate a very similar app to TikTok within WeChat and then run massive promotions to advertise it. Tencent also banned TikTok from advertising on their platforms and straight up just started blocking links or mentions of TikTok on its platforms like WeChat. It's interesting because when Elon Musk briefly blocked external links to competitors within Twitter, everyone went, "This is dumb." But in China, that's just part of the game, and an example of the anti-competitive tactics that have enabled China's biggest companies to build such huge businesses. Unfortunately for Tencent though, for once, this tactic didn't work. TikTok's biggest strength was its machine learning algorithm that very accurately showed users the content that would keep them on the platform longer. And thus, once people were hooked on TikTok's algorithm that already knew their preferences and was perfectly tailored to them, there was little incentive to switch to Tencent's copycat version and start over with an algorithm that didn't yet know their preferences so well. So TikTok's first mover advantage always gave them the edge. Things actually got heated between Tencent's founder Pony Ma and ByteDance's founder Zhang Yiming, because Zhang posted a screenshot of TikTok being the #1 most downloaded app in the world, and underneath criticized Tencent for making an almost clone version of TikTok and for banning TikTok within WeChat. Pony felt this public criticism was unfair, given this was a common practice in China, and he bluntly responded, "Your words can be regarded as slander." The heated public spat captivated China, as both CEOs were normally so mild-mannered and reserved, but it was clear no love was lost in this bitter rivalry. However, seeing TikTok succeed globally on such a huge scale, something which Tencent's own apps like WeChat have never managed to do, was definitely tough for Pony to take. But wait, hold on a second. Remember back at the beginning of this video, I said Tencent had a lot of influence all over the world? Well, if their two most popular products, QQ and WeChat, aren't that popular with people outside of China, why is Tencent considered such a dominant global company with influence all over the world? To answer that, it's time for us to look at Tencent's genius bigger picture strategy for world domination. Pony Ma once called a meeting of Tencent's top managers and highest ranking employees to plot out Tencent's strategy. The meeting has since been dubbed the Conference of the Gods, since it was essentially a meeting of minds that would plot out Tencent's plans for domination, and the decisions made in that meeting would have serious ramifications for not just China, but the rest of the world. The main purpose of the meeting had been to establish what Tencent's core competitive advantages were, and how those could be exploited. The answer was fairly simple. Tencent's advantages were that they have huge amounts of traffic and money, far more than any competition, and thus the plan became, step 1, attract other businesses to launch their own mini programs via WeChat so they could leverage some of WeChat's traffic. Step 2, Tencent would then invest money into the businesses that were doing the best, since Tencent had all the data of which mini programs people were using, how often, and how much money they were spending. Step 3, after investing in certain businesses, Tencent could then artificially give more traffic to the companies it invests in, thus making them even more money, which they can also reinvest in even more companies. In other words, Tencent can cherry pick the best mini programs, invest in them, boost their popularity, and practically guarantee their investment is a big success. No other company in the world has quite the same level of data on user behavior to see what's popular, and then the ability to significantly increase their value further by promoting them within WeChat. It also creates synergies between Tencent's investments. For example, Tencent has a significant stake in Didi, which is China's equivalent of Uber, and through WeChat, Tencent can promote Didi more, thus giving it an unfair advantage and increase the value of its investment. But not just that, because Didi uses WeChat Pay, Tencent also takes transaction fees on every payment. It did the same thing after investing in the Chinese e-commerce company JD. Once Tencent owned part of the business, they massively increased JD's visibility within their apps to drive more sales. Of course, all of this was insanely lucrative for Tencent. But then came the next part of the plan, using some of the money it generates from its cash cows in China to invest in companies abroad, thus letting Tencent diversify away from China. This is particularly important for Tencent, because if their entire empire is only based in China, they are totally at the mercy of the Chinese government. So Tencent has acquired or invested in many hundreds of companies outside of China in all different industries, thus building a huge international portfolio. For example, Tencent became one of the largest shareholders of Tesla. Tencent also bought parts of Reddit and Discord. This did prompt some backlash and concerns, as some argue that if Tencent has access to a company's data, so does the CCP, and that through Tencent they can subtly influence decisions in these international companies and thus ultimately influence Western culture.
Since the Chinese government can use the apps for surveillance in China, that same could be done to users in the US.
It sounds extreme, but it's not unrealistic. Just look at the NBA example from earlier, where the coach backtracked on his comments and apologized after threats from Tencent and China. But to be fair here, Tencent do mostly seem to stay out of the way of the international companies they invest in, and just take an equity percentage and then not get too involved. Or at least, they haven't yet. As a result of this hands-off approach though, some accuse Tencent of basically abandoning innovation and now just essentially becoming a gigantic investment fund, funneling money from its apps in China into promising companies in other countries rather than creating much that's new or original itself. And they don't even really try and build their brand that much internationally. @Tencent on Twitter is actually suspended because someone had been holding the Twitter handle with a bio saying, "Daddy Tencent, come and buy my account." Basically, they were expecting Tencent to come and buy the @Tencent Twitter handle off them, but Tencent didn't bother. Building their brand internationally isn't a big priority for them. They're happy to just quietly invest abroad. Now, one of their most lucrative investments has been in gaming. The gaming industry is estimated to have generated $176 billion of revenue in 2021, almost 5 times the box office of the movie industry. And Tencent are essentially the biggest players in the market. Now, of course, even from the relatively early days of Tencent, they'd been experimenting with games themselves, especially mobile games. In fact, their game Honor of Kings is so popular in China that there's a black market where people pay for others to play the game for them to improve their ranking. As just like everything else in China, it's connected to WeChat. So some people pay better players to improve their game stats as it's a bit of a social and status symbol. However, most of Tencent's original games were overly tailored to the Chinese market, often featuring Chinese propaganda to appease the CCP. And so it quickly became clear to Tencent that rather than trying to promote their own games abroad, it made sense to find games with potential and just give them loads of money to help them grow quickly, and take a percentage of their company. As a result, Tencent is invested in studios that make some of the biggest global titles, such as League of Legends, Fortnite, World of Warcraft, Clash of Clans, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and the mobile version of Call of Duty. They also partnered with Roblox to bring their games to the Chinese market. But 2 of Tencent's most important investments were buying 100% of Riot Games and 40% of Epic Games, one of the world's most valuable startups. This not only gave them a stake in some of the most played games on the entire planet, but also investment in Epic Games' Unreal game engine, which has been described as the world's most advanced real-time 3D creation tool, and is used for all kinds of different projects. Whilst Tencent's investments in international game studios have been extremely lucrative, it's also brought some unwanted attention to the company. Many fans noticed that after Tencent acquired some of these popular games, there seemed to be more upgrades and unlockable content within the game that required additional payment. And some blamed this on Tencent being greedy, as they were clearly pushing for more microtransactions like is the norm in China. Another issue arose after acquiring Riot Games, as Tencent wanted to turn their most popular title, League of Legends, into a mobile game to make even more money from it. But the game developers didn't want to do this. That was never their vision of what the game should be, and since it was their game, they thought that was the end of the discussion. But they later found out Tencent had gone behind their back and made a rip-off of their game, which is where Honor of Kings came from. One Riot Games employee said, "We were stunned. They were blatantly ripping off our intellectual property." To add insult to injury, Tencent even used notable League of Legends players to promote their new game, which caused many people to assume Riot Games was actively involved with this new game, even though they weren't. To be fair to Tencent, they were right that a mobile version would be popular. By the end of 2017, Honor of Kings, the League of Legends inspired game, was the most popular mobile game in China. It was also in 2017 that Tencent overtook Facebook to become the 5th largest public company in the world. Their cash cow apps in China were more dominant than ever, and their international investments were paying off massively, thus extending Tencent's influence all across the planet. And it has to be said that nowadays, Tencent are truly great at finding ways to monetize. For example, Tencent's video platform, essentially their version of Netflix, now inserts extra ads into movies and TV series that weren't there in the original, such as adding extra billboards and signs in the background. Tencent's cloud hosting business has also become very profitable. Just like Amazon Web Services that started off to host their own services, but then began selling it as a service to others. Plus, as if Tencent weren't already dominant enough, the outbreak of COVID was actually great for Tencent's revenue. People were at home on their phones more than ever, which meant using their services and playing their games more. Tencent generated $86 billion in 2021 alone, and $35 billion of net profit, making them one of the most profitable companies. And so you may think that would be the end of the story, that Tencent would be unstoppable. Many shareholders clearly thought so, as Tencent's market cap was approaching $1 trillion US. But in 2020, suddenly Tencent began to face a lot more scrutiny. Quite suddenly, Donald Trump began threatening to ban WeChat and other Chinese apps.
President Trump is making good on his threat to crack down on 2 popular Chinese-owned social media apps. He's signed executive orders banning TikTok and WeChat from operating in the US.
on the grounds that the Chinese Communist Party could use them to steal users' private data, censor anything critical of China, and help spread misinformation. Of course, there were definitely strong political motivations for this attack on Chinese apps and the subsequent executive order to ban them in the US. But even now with the Biden administration, there are continued investigations into these Chinese apps and whether they are a national security risk that should be banned. And thus, as one of China's biggest companies, Tencent was thrust into the international spotlight more than it would like. It may have taken a while, but it seemed people were finally realizing the influence that Tencent, and thus China, actually had. Luckily for Tencent, their strategy of taking minority stakes in international companies gave them a lot of protection. For example, even if the US did want to take action against Tencent, it's not like they would ban Reddit or Discord just because Tencent had invested a lot of money in them. The only risk was governments banning apps Tencent fully owned and created, like WeChat. But as we know, most of their users are in China. So Pony figured this negative media attention in the US wasn't going to cause too much damage to Tencent's empire overall. As long as Tencent was on good terms with the Chinese government, things should work out. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing maybe things were going to be okay after all. But then, quite suddenly, Pony's worst nightmare became a reality. You see, Tencent has faced a lot of business battles. We've seen them go to war against Chinese companies like Qihoo, big American companies like Microsoft, and even political battles like with the US government. But there is one enemy Pony Ma most certainly did not want. One enemy that could genuinely destroy them: the Chinese government. Hey guys, before we get to the next part of the story, I just want to say that if you find these videos interesting, please consider turning on notifications for Magnates Media. I'm working on some even bigger projects right now, so if you want to make sure you see them when they're ready, just hit the notification bell now. Also, I just want to say a massive thank you for watching this channel. These videos do take a long while to make, so honestly, I really appreciate all your comments and support. So yeah, thank you for everything, and now let's get back to the story. In 2018, rumors of a change in government policy began to spread, and then one day, Chinese regulators suddenly stopped approving all new games from being released. The CCP said it felt kids were becoming addicted to video games, and they were also growing concerned about how violent some games were. One government publication described online games as spiritual opium. And the CCP announced a ban of kids under 18 playing games for more than 3 hours a week.
People under age 18 are now allowed just 3 hours of gaming a week.
Tencent's stock price immediately started to fall. Later that year, Tencent's profit fell for the first time in over a decade, largely because it couldn't release or monetize new games due to this new government policy. To appease the Chinese government, Tencent had to make big changes. For example, Tencent introduced facial recognition in their games and began using police databases to verify the identities of its users and their ages. That way, it could ensure people weren't playing games unsuitable for their age, and also that they weren't spending too much time playing. Tencent also had to change the nature of some of its games to ensure they aligned with the CCP's values. For example, one of their most popular games, PUBG, previously involved 100 people killing each other until one person is left. But Tencent had to change it completely. They rebranded it as Game for Peace, and the story instead became about patriotic warriors. The violence was removed, and blood was replaced with green liquid. When someone gets shot, instead of dying, the character simply waves back and disappears. The game was filled with banners of nationalist slogans and patriotic propaganda. Basically, the game was completely censored, and as some users pointed out, turned into a pro-government propaganda machine. Whilst most people didn't like it, they had no choice. Tencent had realized that despite their huge power and wealth, they were still completely at the mercy of the Chinese government. And then, things got much worse. In October 2020, Jack Ma's company, the Ant Group, a gigantic fintech company in China, was preparing for its IPO. It was all approved and ready to go, and then Jack Ma gave a big speech where he seemed to publicly speak out against the Chinese government. More specifically, he openly criticized China's traditional finance industry and its regulators. Shortly afterwards, the Ant Group IPO was abruptly cancelled, supposedly by order of the Chinese president himself. Then, Jack's other company, Alibaba, became the subject of an antitrust investigation, with allegations of using anti-competitive monopolistic practices. And then Jack Ma, a guy who was always happy to take the limelight and do speeches and interviews and high-profile events, just suddenly disappeared. All of his planned public appearances were cancelled, and it seemed like he'd been exiled. In fact, some questioned if he was even still alive. Now, it's worth pointing out, Tencent and Alibaba have been rivals for years, directly competing in so many different industries in China as the country's two most dominant conglomerates. So when Jack Ma spoke out and faced immediate punishment, Pony Ma must have thought he'd won. But little did he know, Jack's actions would be the domino that began Tencent's downfall as well. It turns out the Chinese government was not just going after Jack Ma and his companies, but all of China's big tech giants. In 2021, several other large Chinese tech companies, including Tencent, received huge fines for essentially being monopolies. The fines added up to billions of dollars. The CCP had allowed big tech almost free rein for years, and now it was reining those tech giants back in. Now, to say that Jack's public criticism of the government was the reason for what happened next is probably not true. That incident was likely just the straw that broke the camel's back. In truth, China for a while had been growing concerned about just how powerful some of these companies were becoming. China's leader often promotes the idea of common prosperity, and the tech sector had definitely created a large wealth gap in the country. Trying to limit that inequality would definitely be popular with many Chinese citizens. The Chinese government also expressed national security concerns of their own, given all the data these companies like Tencent have. Because sure, China likes having that data for themselves, but letting any single corporation dominate too much could be a risk for China. So as well as the fines and some executives being forced to step down, new regulations were introduced to limit the power of some of these tech companies. Of course, the stock prices of Chinese businesses began to plummet. It's estimated $1.5 trillion of value was wiped off Chinese tech companies' valuations due to the crackdown. Tencent in particular has lost over $500 billion off its market cap, more than half its value, since the crackdown began. And to be honest, many were surprised Tencent were even dragged into this. Because unlike Jack Ma, who publicly spoke out, Tencent were known for being extremely cooperative with regulators and the government. They were always compliant with policies and never publicly critical of the CCP. And yet, Tencent was definitely targeted. As well as facing anti-monopoly investigations and big fines, their new games stopped being approved, and new deals they wanted to make were blocked. And part of the reason may have been that the CCP didn't think Tencent was actually doing enough to help the state. You see, China had got into a difficult position. As a result of sky-high rent costs, its controversial zero-COVID policy, and many extended lockdowns, many citizens were unhappy, and soon huge protests and riots broke out. And it's clear some of this would have been organized and word spread through Tencent's apps like WeChat. Because although Tencent do employ a lot of sensors to try and monitor things, controlling the discourse of over 1 billion people isn't always easy. There are ways around it. Like in China, some people simply hold up a blank piece of paper as a protest symbol, since that way it's hard for Tencent software to detect any wrongdoing. In other words, Tencent was inadvertently giving a voice to people to speak out through its apps. And so perhaps the government began to see Tencent's dominance as less of a good thing. But the other reason for all of this is not so specifically about Tencent, and more just that the CCP perhaps felt big tech in general had grown too powerful and the government needed even more control, and to remind everyone who's really in charge. So basically, it seems China had achieved what they wanted to. By not having much regulation for years, they'd allowed Chinese businesses to thrive, they'd got their surveillance tools like WeChat, and enabled Chinese companies to invest internationally to give China some influence abroad. But now that they'd achieved what they set out to, it seems the CCP wanted to send a message that even the wealthiest and most influential Chinese entrepreneurs and companies are not above the party or the law. Tencent perhaps grew too large for the Chinese government and needed to be tamed. And of course, it should be pointed out that many of the new regulations and laws to prevent monopolies made sense. It only seemed extremely aggressive because for so long there'd been almost no regulation, and within a couple of years a lot had changed. But in the midst of all of this, Pony began showing up for less and less public events, even missing his company's own annual party. And as Tencent's valuation continued to fall, some began to question what was going to happen to Pony Ma and his business empire. Before we get to the next chapter, did you know that when shopping online, shipping costs are the #1 cause of abandoned carts? So if you sell absolutely anything online yourself, you're gonna want to know about today's sponsor, ShipStation. These days, cheap and fast shipping has become the standard customers expect, and this means it can be hard for smaller e-commerce businesses to compete on shipping prices and delivery times. But that's where ShipStation comes in to save the day. They have the best discounts in the industry, so you'll never have to worry about overpaying for shipping again. For example, you can get up to 84% of USPS and UPS rates. And not only does ShipStation help you lower shipping costs, it easily integrates everywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more, thus giving you one easy dashboard to manage all your orders in one place, saving you time and letting you give your customers a better experience. So keep growing your business all year long with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/magnates today and sign up now for your free 60-day trial. That's shipstation.com/magnates to get started now for free. Before we get to this final chapter on what the future may hold for Tencent, let's just quickly summarize where we're up to, as we've covered a lot here and I think we could all use a very quick recap. So, Tencent started out by copying a chat software and by tailoring it to the Chinese market. They then turned it into more of a social media platform, just as the era of desktop computing was exploding. Tencent then used their resources to jump on the wave of mobile internet growth and became an essential part of Chinese people's lives by creating WeChat for mobile. They then utilized the insane traffic they were getting from QQ and WeChat to diversify into other more lucrative opportunities like gaming and video. Tencent's approach to rivals was to clone their product or service and then drive vast amounts of traffic to it thanks to QQ and WeChat. If that didn't work, they'd buy out the company instead or buy a large stake in it. And Tencent continually kept reinvesting profits to either clone or buy other services and often swallow them into WeChat. Eventually, Tencent had a whole ecosystem of influential companies, but the reason they were able to often use anti-competitive tactics and expand so rapidly was because of ties to the Chinese government, who used their apps for surveillance and censorship. This limited the appeal of Tencent's apps outside of China, and so they began investing in international companies instead, including many of the biggest game developers and companies such as Reddit and Discord. Tencent became one of the largest companies on the planet, but once China began its crackdown on big tech companies in order to rein them in after they'd become so powerful, Tencent's valuation began to fall. Phew. Okay, so that's where we're at, but what next? Well, the cracks have definitely been showing for Tencent. There have already been layoffs over the last few years, and Pony recently blasted employees for being lazy, saying you're chilling on the weekends, playing ball, and began demanding a lot more from his team in an uncharacteristically aggressive speech. But to be honest, Tencent should be fine. They are still an absolutely massive company worth hundreds of billions of dollars with huge influence still. The crackdowns may have stunted their plans a little, but Tencent is still a very powerful company, WeChat still dominates the lives of people in China, and Tencent will continue investing in companies abroad. Tencent even had some good news within China in September 2022, when for the first time in over 15 months, it got its first new game license approved, a new mobile game called Health Defense. The game was about public health, and had very clearly been produced to please the Chinese government. And that is perhaps the one thing that will change. Tencent will have to be even more closely aligned with the CCP to ensure there's no further issues. For example, Tencent was actually one of the major investors in the movie Top Gun Maverick, but they decided to pull out of the project over concerns that the film's themes could anger the Chinese government. Tencent has also partnered with the CCP's propaganda department to help promote their worldview and socialist values. Like, they released a game, Clap for Xi Jinping, a game where you literally just clap for the president to show your appreciation. So basically, it seems clear that Tencent is trying harder than ever to stay in the Chinese government's good books. And I mean, they don't really have a choice. As for what's next for Tencent though, that's a question Pony is almost certainly thinking about often. He was early to catch the rise of desktop computing, and then early to double down on the rise of mobile internet as well. So can Tencent catch the next wave, whatever that may be? For example, some believe the metaverse could be a big part of our future, and Tencent are arguably even better positioned than Meta for building the metaverse given their dominance in gaming and virtual worlds already. But then again, the CCP probably wouldn't want a metaverse that they couldn't have a lot of oversight in, so that probably limits Tencent's chances of building a global metaverse. And thus, the eternal struggle for Tencent to keep China and the rest of the world happy will continue. But what can't be denied is that Tencent is ultimately an incredible business success story. Whilst this video has of course looked at some of the controversy surrounding Tencent, they've also done a lot of good too and made some incredibly useful apps, so there is definitely plenty of lessons to learn here. There's a quote I like a lot, that you have to learn the rules of the game and then you have to play better than anyone else. And I think Tencent is a great example of that. They literally went from being a tiny company on the edge of bankruptcy to one of the world's most valuable companies. And so I hope you've enjoyed this journey through Tencent's history. But now, since we've just looked at one of China's most influential companies, I think it's only fair we do the same with one of America's most influential companies, which you can do right now by clicking the thumbnail on screen. This is one of my favorites and I think you'll like it too. Anyway, all that's left for me to say now is thank you for watching this video to the end. You are a legend, and I'll see you in the next video right here. Cheers.
We have got a great WAN show lined up for you guys. Welcome, everyone. How do I know it's going to be great? Because I'm really
it's
tired.
the WAN show, and it's great every time.
And Luke is gonna help me. Luke is gonna help me make it great today. Our main topics are we had a power outage last week, and when we stitched together the clips of the WAN show, our main topic was cut by accident.
Torn out of it.
There are conspiracy theories that Microsoft found out we were going to talk about Windows Modern Standby and cut the power and deleted the VOD. Actually, it was just a miscommunication with the clips that had to be salvaged from one place and another place and put back together. Anyway, the point is we're going to rehash that real quick styles for you guys. We're also going to be talking about, the big controversy this week.
Oh, CoffeeZilla versus Logan Paul?
There's been a number of big controversies this week.
It seems like the internet lately, to be honest.
Lately,
People are like competing to see who can be that week's major news. Not even that month's.
CoffeeZilla alleges Logan Paul's crypto zoo is a scam.
Bom, bom, bom.
And
NFTs were a scam?
And Logan Paul is not the only creator that CoffeeZilla has exposed recently. My only question is, am I next?
Yes.
CoffeeZilla, what dirt you got on me? I'm genuinely curious.
We haven't sold NFTs.
What else you got?
That helps a lot. We also don't have a crypto coin. That also helps a lot. Let's see. I don't know. I kind of want to talk about this. Filmora pulling lifetime licenses.
Not a good look.
Not a good look at all. Also, graphics card leaks. Those are fun. People like those, right? 4070 Ti, maybe, leaked. Somebody will find it interesting.
Not him. I mean, don't you think 110 degrees on the 7900 XTX being in spec is interesting?
Yeah, I'm also not surprised, though.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. All right, let's roll that intro. The show is brought to you today by Seasonic, Manscaped, and Squarespace. So you can power up your grooming tools and make a website about it. Maybe don't make that website. All right, why don't we jump right into our first topic for the day?
Is it Windows? Is it Modern Standby?
It's Modern Standby.
We're doing it again.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
All right. Our little video about Windows Modern Standby really lit some fires internally over at Microsoft. And Alex was able to have a chat with the VP of Windows Platform and Services to go over some questions. Question number 1. Why the heck is S3 Sleep, which, seemed to work pretty good, being removed from the BIOSes of laptops? And the answer is Microsoft is moving away from S3 Sleep because how each device goes to sleep is controlled by that device's firmware. That means for a device to sleep properly, the firmware needs to be maintained by the company that made said device. And I don't know about you, Luke, but sleep has worked perfectly on every computer I've ever owned.
I genuinely don't believe I have ever actually had a computer where sleep consistently worked. Ever. I don't think I have.
You haven't actually owned that many computers either.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's valid, true, and fair.
You've owned 2 laptops ever.
No.
Your Asus and
I'm
the Razer.
I'm on my 4th.
Really? What do you run for a laptop now?
I got a pretty cool one, actually.
Did you steal it from work?
I did. You told me to be fair. You literally told me to on show.
Guy.
There is footage proof of this. You threw laptops at me.
I did do that.
You did.
What are you running now? What did you take?
I didn't.
What do you have?
I didn't
and
actually.
Did you use it to cheat in the ARC challenge?
No, I genuinely didn't.
Okay, what is it?
I actually don't even remember. It's an Asus laptop. It's a nice one. I don't remember the model. I didn't ask. I just asked for a laptop. That was it. And I got handed a very nice one. I was like, cool. It does when you turn it on, it goes like.
Okay.
I know that much.
All right.
Yeah, it does that.
By using S0 Sleep instead of S3 Sleep, Microsoft gets more control over sleep instead of the device manufacturer and has a much higher success rate for everything going to sleep and waking up properly. Using S0 Sleep also apparently helps with security since Windows is in control of the device at all times. Okay. Our next question is, well, that's a problem, obviously, still, because it's not working properly still. So what is being done? As we anticipated, figuring out what's going wrong with Windows Modern Standby is very difficult, since many of the bugs are what they called Heisenberg bugs, aka if you observe the bugs, their behavior actually changes. A lot of telemetry is turned off during sleep to reduce power consumption, obviously. But this also means that if you turn on said telemetry to try to diagnose a problem with sleep, well, the test you're running is no longer the same because now you've got a bunch of telemetry running.
Yep.
They've looked into the situation that we described where a laptop doesn't properly go into disconnected sleep when you unplug it while it is sleeping. On some devices, it looks like we actually got it right. That does seem to be a problem, and they're looking into a fix. But they said it is only one of many potential ways that modern standby can cause problems. Basically, if we want this issue to go away, Microsoft needs a whack ton of data. All right, then. How
I will
are
say
they going to get
one
it?
thing before you go there. I will say the Heisenberg thing.
Yes.
I think most people, when they hear that, aren't going to think like if
You
you
just think
change
Breaking
something.
Bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
Totally.
that.
Yeah. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Our chairs are at really different heights
Do I
today.
need to? What?
That's
Is that what
better.
happened?
Yeah, that's not real. Okay. Anyway, so what should you do? When modern standby problems happen to someone within Linus Media Group, we've been given a direct line to report these bugs, which is great for us to help get them data. But as you can probably imagine, not everyone is going to be able to do that. Well, okay, so first the process for us. When we find a laptop hot and dead, we can go into command prompt as an admin and type in power C. This has got to be CFG. That's got to be a typo. Power config /sleep study. This makes a zip file with all the battery data from our computer for the last while. The notes here say maybe do this on your laptop now to demonstrate. I did it last week. The float plane version of the VOD, I think, actually does have it.
I think so.
I think so. So I'm not going to bother doing it again. The point is it makes a little zip file. We are then able to forward this log directly to Microsoft so they can hopefully figure out what's going on. Unfortunately, not everyone gets a direct line to Microsoft, but by reporting bugs, we can hopefully get them more data to figure things out, and these are the steps. The Feedback Hub is the best way to provide detailed feedback on issues to the Windows engineering team.
Do you want me to show it on
Yeah,
screen?
yeah, sure. The tool gathers detailed logs and can run additional diagnostics to help them fix issues. The Feedback Hub can be opened up in Windows, and you just need to give yourself a relevant title. Like, say, for example, my computer battery is draining while it is asleep. Click Report a Problem, then provide more information on the specific issue. We've got an example kind of filled out for you, but the more details you can provide, the better. What was happening before? What was happening after? Click Next, choose Power and Battery, and Sleep. It might actually automatically select this based on what you provided in the description. And make sure, though, that you get the right drop-down selected here. This way, it will actually end up with the appropriate engineering team. It will also help to gather relevant telemetry from your system. Next, new feedback. And then on the Add More Details section, mark as high severity if you've hit the battery drain issue. This is clearly a major focus for them. Then for items below, I'd pick inability to use my PC. I mean, your battery's dead, so like, come on, let's go! In section 4, this is the most critical part, gathering additional data. Without this, they will not have enough data to diagnose the issue. So for the battery drain issues, select Sleep, click Start Recording, then wait 10 seconds or so, and press Stop. You don't need to go through the actual sleep process, nor do you need the screenshots. It may take a minute or two after stopping the recording, by the way. You can also put your computer to sleep during the process, then reawaken it. It will collect data across this process. Then click Submit. There's also a forum post, which maybe Luke will open here, that will show you guys how to go over these steps if you didn't manage to catch everything that we just said just now. Thank you very much, Alex, for creating that. So that's it, guys. The only way for us to solve this problem is to work together, get Microsoft as much data as we can about the problem, because in their defense, and I think I often give Microsoft a pretty hard time.
Yeah.
They're a many billions of dollars company, and sometimes they have problems that that feel just utterly inexcusable.
Like any of their multiplayer gaming stuff, basically at all on PC.
The default search within Windows Start menu.
Oh my God. Yep.
How that is so bad in this day and age. It boggles the mind. I give them a pretty hard time. But in their defense, of our corporate overlords, please don't cut the power to the WAN show. It really is a huge challenge supporting such a wide variety of different configurations. And on the PC, it is functionally infinite, right? Like even on Android, you guys, I think, struggle a fair bit on the Floatplane app compared to iOS. Is that fair to say?
The devices, yeah.
Because there's so many devices.
And you try to change something and it like, oh, okay, this like API version will cut off this many devices if you try to use it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like it can be pretty annoying. And sleep is, as we mentioned earlier, a very tough problem to diagnose.
Yes. On Android, it's a fraction of what you deal with on the Windows PC side of things. Within a single generation of devices, you've got your Intel, you've got your AMD, you've got all your different tiers of all the different SKUs from both of them. Oh, don't forget, there's desktop and mobile, right? And then, there's not just one motherboard. No. You've got dozens upon dozens of motherboard options for every one of those chips, all with slightly different firmware. Oh, and don't forget that you might plug any number of random... What, you plugged a tape drive in? Who plugs in a tape drive? Right? Like, that's the kind of thing they're dealing with. And all these different devices, many of which are engineered by very, very small teams, surprisingly small teams. Like some okay, I just became aware yesterday of a sound card, okay? A sound card from way back in the early 2000s that you need if you want to build a DIY first-gen Xbox dev kit. And they're in short supply because I guess people build first-gen Xbox dev kits like for fun. So an enterprising member of the community actually created a blueprint for this sound card that you can send to some like
PCB,
small run
printers,
PCB manufacturer overseas, and they'll whip it up for you for about $50 and send it back. And I'm like, okay, so let's say you get a PCIe to PCI adapter and you put one of those damn things in your system. Who knows how that goes to sleep? So it is legitimately a difficult problem, for real. Hopefully this helps. And that's all I have to say about that. Why don't we move on to the CoffeeZilla news? Can I just say, I only recently became aware of CoffeeZilla's channel, and I feel like I've really been missing out because it's awesome.
Me too. I haven't had enough time to watch full length, but like, juicy.
Yeah, this isn't actually, it's one of those funny things where, you know, just serendipity strikes sometimes, and I became aware anew of CoffeeZilla twice this week. Like I'd never become aware, and then twice they landed in my inbox or in my. It was actually a document that I was reading, kind of like a marketing guide document that I was looking at, trying to figure out how to market better on LTT Store, and it was written for me specifically, and had like a kind of a tone to it. Something, don't do this. You don't want to end up on CoffeeZilla. And I was like, okay, A, I would have never done that in the first place, but B, what the crap is CoffeeZilla? And then it ended up in my inbox because of the CryptoZoo issue. Now, I want to say, first of all, that it kind of could have been us. Remember Linus Coin?
Yeah, but we never did it.
No, okay, so A, we never actually built a crypto token.
It's amazing how much people wanted us to make one, though.
And B, what were we going to call it at the end of the day? Drop coin? Or like rug pull coin or something like that?
I know rug pull coin got
that got
mixed around a little bit. Yeah, I'm thrown around. There we go.
Because the whole idea was that we were going to be like, okay, this is a grift. We're going to own it. We're going to be up
That was-
front.
yeah, we were like, this is the only way we're going to do this is if we just openly tell everyone we're scamming them. It's like, this is a way to donate.
And if you guys ultimately go for it, then hey, we were all on the same page here.
Yeah.
So that was never going to happen, but I'm really glad that even if we had approached it that way, like LOL, we're scamming you. I'm glad we didn't, because man, the way that sentiment has changed from LOL meme coins, yeah, it's all a big ripoff, to oh my gosh, I can't believe that this collapsed and my life savings are gone. It feels like it happened really fast, hey?
Yeah, definitely. And one of the reasons why we ended up not doing the whole rug pull coin thing was because we didn't trust people to take us seriously that it was a scam.
I don't even remember all the we had multiple conversations around this.
We did, yeah.
Because it's like, honestly, if you want to get rich quick, it really does seem like the winning move.
Just scamming people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more money would I have if I just scammed people?
Probably a lot.
Like took like all the gambling sponsorships.
But then CoffeeZilla is going to come for you.
Where you're getting paid to. Okay, so what all is there? Okay, like gambling seems like a really good one. By the way, we do not accept any gambling sponsorships. Gambling sponsors, forget about it.
Yeah.
But like gambling sponsorships. So you had
money.
You had what's his nuts?
Trainwrecks?
No, old school. That guy that had the Razor sponsorship for the longest time.
Razor sponsorship?
Yeah. Where he owned the like CSGO betting site or whatever.
I'm not going to remember the name, but there was two of them, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was two guys.
The two different CSGO
Yeah.
like skin gambling sites or whatever.
Yeah, that whole thing. So there's that. Then there's the one where you supposedly are gambling on a site and like winning, but actually that site is giving you money to lose on the site. That's a really popular one.
Yep.
Syndicate. That's the one. Yeah, that was, I can't believe the like tiny little wrist slap that those guys got off with. Like, holy smokes. What are some of the other good games? So yeah, gambling on a site you actually own, and then gambling on a site where you're being paid, and and the odds are tilted in your favor to make it seem like you're gonna win because you're being paid by the site. That's that seems to be two of the really popular ones. And then of course there's the whole NFT one. So why don't we get into what exactly it is that happened with CryptoZoo? We'll talk a little bit about our take on this, but this is not a substitute for going and watching the CoffeeZilla video because it is excellent. The one that I haven't watched this one. I'm assuming it's excellent. The one that I watched recently was on hold on. When it was drawn to my attention, I really enjoyed it though. It was super awesome. YouTuber accidentally exposes the scam he's promoting. iShowSpeed. Yeah, really good video. Really good video. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of the 6.1 million people who watched it already. Great channel. Anyway, the point is, Luke, do you want to give us the rundown here?
Sure. CryptoZoo is an NFT-based game.
Nice.
Sort of.
Sounds legit.
We'll get into that in a second.
Yeah, CryptoZoo.
Where players can earn passive income. Totally. Makes sense. Definitely. It was initiated and heavily promoted by Logan Paul. In quotes, it's a really fun game that earns you money. Wouldn't that be great? The player
can
purchases...
I play it now?
No. The player purchases Zoo token. They use Zoo to purchase eggs of animals. These eggs can be bred and interesting and minted to create unique NFTs. The hatched animals should be some sort of cross between the two. The unique hatched animals would then accrue value. Mm-hmm. This is not new and has basically been done before. There's CryptoKitties. I think people in the space have heard of CryptoKitties. This is a fairly major project. Zoo token launched in July 2021. At the time of launch, $2.5 million worth of eggs had been sold. CryptoZoo was supposed to come out in September of that year. Cough, cough, Star Citizen. Value plummeted by October, rose a bit in November, and then crashed again in May, as crypto things tend to do. The CryptoZoo website says that it was undergoing upgrades to the core infrastructure of the ecosystem. That's
The biggest
An
load of
amazing
jargon.
statement.
Biggest load of jargon I've ever heard.
That's so good. I'm taking that for sure. Why hasn't this happened? It's just tough. You know, we're undergoing upgrades to the core infrastructure of the ecosystem.
Yeah, sorry, we'd love to get back to you, but
we're busy.
Our team is busy upgrading core aspects of the ecosystem infrastructure. Butt plug.
How are you?
Will Whedon.
Okay, Stephen Findyson. I'm so sorry. I guarantee you that's wrong. I apologize. AKA CoffeeZilla has uploaded several videos criticizing Logan Paul's crypto zoo. He has done similar videos uncovering scams and frauds over the past few years. These often relate to crypto and NFTs. I'm so surprised. The criticism. The NFTs initially released were photos that can be easily found on the internet and then edited, just like every NFT. Of that type. I know there's it's a technology that can be used for other. Yeah, sure. The eggs couldn't be hatched. Bit of an issue when that's the core functionality of the game. Players couldn't get their money back. I'm not surprised, but you know, it is a thing. And basically, nothing works, and the site never fully launched. Big yikes. Logan has blamed the main developer of the project. He said he got involved with the wrong people, made mistakes and missteps, and that there is a new team working on the project now. The dev later said that Logan hired a team, then failed to pay them. Bit of an issue. CoffeeZilla has since been publicly invited to go on Logan's podcast Impulsive to talk about this. He has declined for now on Twitter. Yeah, okay, this is the part where I was like, wait, what? Yeah, he invited Logan first privately, and then Logan publicly invited him.
Yeah.
Assuming
so that he can
that
get
wasn't
views
gonna
on
come
his
out.
podcast.
Yeah. Like, what? You didn't think CoffeeZilla was going to go like, yeah, by the way, I invited this guy first? Like, you're getting exposed. Why are you doing more stuff behind the scenes? It's so weird.
I mean, the drama
gets more views.
The drama gets more views.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think creating controversy is a feature, not a bug.
That is something that he is legitimately very good at, is stirring things. Always has been. CoffeeZilla has been public. Oh, right. Already did that part. He refuses to fly to his, in quotes, crypto zoo tax haven on New Year's. LOL. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Good stuff.
So, is there...
As far as I know, Bored Ape is getting, or Bored Ape Yacht Club or whatever is getting sued right now for like racism stuff or something.
Oh.
Like the NFT space is crumbling faster than I would have even expected.
I heard there's a company. This is I only sort of vaguely remember reading about it. So take this for what it is. But I heard there's a company that specializes in helping you turn your NFTs into a tax write-off that you can utilize for like this year, like this tax year.
Because you lost so much money
Because you
on
lost so much money on them. And apparently business is booming.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Honestly,
it was pretty
whoever did that is smart.
Yeah. I mean, if you lose money on an investment, you absolutely should try to, get it at least non-taxable. Like if the money is lost, then it's lost.
All right, what up, gang? How y'all doing? How you doing? How you doing? I just got back from getting my hair cut. Sorry for the extended wait. I tried to make it clear by changing us over to just chatting and saying getting a haircut in the title, so hopefully no one thought I was still sleeping at 2 p.m. But I'm not going to look up in chat and figure out. Hey, is Zach sleeping right now? Oh, fuck! I shouldn't have looked up in chat. I knew it. I knew someone was going to think I was still sleeping. God damn it. Anyway, I'm back. If you're here, hello. If you're not, or you're going to watch a little more YouTube because I'm going to eat McDonald's. And then I'll add a little bit more time to the timer. But, whatever. Welcome in. Hello, I'm back. Reading, I know. Yeah. I can't believe I put it in the title and change the category. Try and make it clear. How dare I? My bad. My bad. My bad. I don't blame anyone for thinking I was sleeping necessarily, by the way. No hate. I just think it's funny. I genuinely didn't look up in chat before saying what I was saying, and then I looked at chat and saw the message was only like 5 messages up, and I was like, That's funny. That's funny. That's kind of funny. I just thought it was kind of funny.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
We're going to watch some Etho. I love Etho. Ooh, Minecraft. I love Minecraft.
Trading card game. Oh, I mean the Hermitcraft server. If you guys have been watching,
triple
you know
cheeseburger and some
like,
fries.
pretty much all the hermits are addicted. They can't stop playing Beef's trading card game here. It's amazing. It's so much fun. Dare I say, maybe a little bit too much fun. I've probably played about 30 to 40 games of this in the last month, and it's really bad because I'm so addicted. And someone will say in chat, "Hey, you want to play some TCG?" And I'll be like, "Oh yeah, sure. Sounds like fun." And then we'll play it and we'll spend the whole evening on it. And it's like, oh, I didn't get any videos made for you guys. They'll be like, "Oh, it's fine. I'll do the video tomorrow." And then tomorrow comes around and someone will say in chat, "Hey, do you want to play some TCG?" And I'll be like, "Sure, that sounds like fun." And then we play another day of TCG. And you know, you might think I'm exaggerating here, but I'm pretty sure Cub and Joe are playing TCG right now. I could go join them if I wanted to, and I do. I really want to have some fun with TCG. But I'm going to try to be good and say not today and actually get a video made for you guys. I got a bunch of things
Just
to
make
show
a video
you.
about it, Etho.
I have gotten some stuff done in between the TCG games, and hopefully we'll get to some base building today as well. I got a bunch of plans for that. So first off, I just want to show you the tunnel. We worked on this last episode. Everything except for the Crimson Wood was in here, and now I got the Crimson Wood all the way down. Yeah, so check this out, everybody. I want to show you my goofy little tree farm here I used to get all the Crimson Wood for that tunnel. Like 3 shulkers of this stuff. This is really goofy because it's not fully automatic, but yet I still love this thing. This is my new go-to whenever I start a new world. It doesn't get much simpler than this. So we have a bunch of piston pushers, and we're trying to arrange the logs from the trees into a 9x9 square, 5 blocks tall. And then we just let a TNT off on the obsidian here, and it does a big harvest for us. All we need for redstone to make this thing work is this over here. There's like nothing to it. We have a clock running. That sends redstone up a staircase here to activate 5 pistons that push the tree over.
Hi, Mari.
We just have another observer clock over here.
Thank you.
That activates the dispensers. If there's no bone meal in the bottom one, then it doesn't work on.
My cat is being weird. Sitting on the edge of my desk. Stop knocking it over. Butthead. I think it's so funny. The ads. Oh. What the hell? Hello, Zaz. Made me hungry, so it's making him hungry too. Look at him. Look at that dude. Vibe check. I just want to start vibing in the chat if we're vibing. Oh, we're vibing this shit right now. Don't sit on this, okay? Butthead. 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 Did you guys enjoy the otters this morning? Can thank the wax for otters. Oh my god, my cat just jumped into a cubby in my dresser. Now he's just in a hole in the dresser. Weirdo. Telling this lady that no, I cannot give her $800 worth of free merchandise because she's been such a good customer. As a customer myself to a place like an internet company or a phone company, I always get aggravated. The ads have gone away. Welcome back. Sorry, you tuned in right on the 30-minute mark. I have the ads run on the 30-minute mark every hour on the hour. Well, every hour on the 30-minute mark. Anyway, you get the point. 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, whatever. They run 3 minutes of ads. And those ads run just so that way the ads are turned off for a whole hour. So that way they don't randomly run, and that way new people that join in don't see ads. Unless they happen to join in on the 30-minute mark, which is so funny because so many people seem to just happen to join in on the 30-minute mark and go, I have 12 ads. I have 3 minutes of ads. This is disgusting. You're a sellout. And I'm like, I can't fucking win.
Want a break from the ads?
All right, thank you so much for the gifted. I appreciate it. That's my luck, to be honest. Well then, want a break from the ads? 900 on the sub goal thing. Want a break from the ads? I was doing that. What the fuck? All right, if you still want to gift a sub, I mean, you could gift one to BGREK, BGREK, if you wanted to. I mean, that was the other person that complained. I mean, if you really want to gift a sub, I mean, I'm not going to stop you. Thank you so much, Mary. Zaz, thank you for the thought. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I'm doing great. Not here, I'm not doing it. That's fair, and that's valid. Yeah, the thing is, I watched that Etho video. Nice. Let's go. I'm just eating right now. So we're just watching some of it. But, I just got back from getting my hair cut. So, that's where I was all day. If you guys haven't already... Yeah, that was it. Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk about was... Zaz, I hate when I'm a customer for, like, a phone company or an internet company. And I've been a customer for, like, 20 years. Not me, my parents. And they offer, like, these new customer deals all the time that are like, for the first 2 years, get your plan for this amount of money, or, you know, do this thing. Get this discount, whatever it is. And you're like, bro, I've been paying for your service for, like, over 15 years. Why don't you, give me the deal? What the fuck? But asking for, like, $800 in merchandise is actually fucking clinical. That is some clinical insanity, in my opinion. It only takes an hour to get my haircut. My haircut appointment was at 1. Is now 2:30. The extra 30 minutes for me picking up McDonald's for my mother and myself. Takes me an hour to get ready in the morning. I got out of bed at noon. I slept in a little bit. Forgot I had a haircut today, or I wouldn't have. That's it. What happened to Zach? What did you do to him? Sorry. It's all Alex time, baby. It's Alex time, baby. Tony doesn't limit deals to how long you've been with us, just whether you're paying for a membership.
Automatically.
That makes sense.
That option as well.
That's basically how it should be, though.
Just in manual mode only.
Like, if you're paying for the membership, you should get the deals.
Here, get some fungus, hold right click.
You shouldn't be like, only if you're a new member.
In no time at all.
New member deal only is so annoying to me. Because I get the idea of a new member deal. You're trying to get new people to sign up for your thing. I get it. But if you just make it a member deal and then tell people that aren't members about the member deal, they'll become a new member to get the member deal anyway. So what? Just make a member deal. Oh, but then they'll lose money giving everyone who's a member the deal. I see. You're greedy.
You'll have a bunch of trees grown. I don't know why. I just love this little tree farm. It's so simple.
Yeah, loyalty deals are way better. Because the thing is, like, phone companies and internet companies, the way they get away with it is they know that, like, they have a monopoly in your area or whatever, right? Like, they know that you're not going to switch off of them, so they don't have to give you any kind of loyalty deal or anything, and you're going to stay with them. But the thing is, you become unhappy with them. And then if a new company comes into the area, people are going to switch so fast. So, yeah. Their long-term exploitation doesn't work if they don't stay the #1 company forever. But that's why they'll gobble up all the other companies eventually and continue their monopoly, even though monopolies are illegal, right? They're illegal. Surely no one could ever create a monopoly in America. That would be crazy. Anyway.
That's all you gotta do. And each time we get about 2 stacks of wood or so. Yep. So at the moment, this is what our base is currently looking
Whoop,
like.
gobbling their shit right now. That would be mean.
Honestly, there's not a lot.
Kid, I hope you're having a good day so far.
Coordination, not a lot of stuff built. We've kind
Hope
of
you're
just been
well.
focusing on collecting resources and farm building up to this point. And from here on out, I'm hoping every episode we can get a bit done on this. And today especially, we're going to work a bunch on it to try to get it settled in and sort of to pick a more definitive theme to it.
I'm gobbling my shit right now. 5 years, huge. What up, ice cream?
Those aren't really
How you doing, homie?
exciting of blocks.
How you doing? Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 years. My 5 years affiliate is on the 19th. My 5 years of streaming ever was on February 15th. And we've been live for over 500 hours now. How are you? I'm fantastic. A little tired because I slept in and haven't had that much caffeine yet, but I'm eating. So that should help a lot. I'll go get a little bit of G Fuel here in a minute, and we'll be chilling. 3 years, 1 month is actually crazy. You're crazy. Holy shit. Just over 3 years, yeah, man. That's wild. That's actually wild. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're well. Watching a little Etho while I eat some food.
An alien organic theme is how I would describe it. If you remember our base
Alien
season
organic.
7, the Ender Chest room had like the blue terracotta, purple, jungle wood, sandstone. We're going to kind of take that as our launching point, that color palette, and expand on it. I want to throw in some copper blocks with it. I want to start using mud, packed mud. Even the warped wood I think could work as like, especially for an alien feeling build. I think this
Interesting.
With mud.
Dude, Etho's so creative. I hate it. It makes me jealous.
And it's got that purple hue to it, so that's good with the magenta, or the purple terracotta. And the blue tinges go good with that. And a lot of these blocks kind of...
Been hella busy getting hella bread.
Like
hey, yo.
It's got the little purple splotches in.
Getting that bread?
Looks like magenta, right? Jungle woods are sort of our main heart of the base, though. Like, this looks good with the packed mud, I would say. Looks good with this green color. Looks good with the purples. Looks good with well, maybe not so much the blue, but it looks good with a lot of stuff, right? So hopefully we can make that work, and we'll see where we go with this. To get us started, though, I gotta fix these stairs. I need to do a little bit of changing with them. So at the moment, they're like very straight at the bottom and then really crazy at the top. The problem with that, we want to kind of smooth it out a bit more, because at a distance, you see there's like a big cluster there. When you have a lot of sharp edges like that, it creates a lot of shadows, and your eyes kind of go to the center of the staircase.
I'm eating these fries too fast. I need to slow
You
down.
want to spread that out so you don't really focus on anything here.
They're so salty.
So in addition to fixing the stairs, I think we're going to add some azalea trees all along the sides and see what that looks like. We'll hide lighting under that as well, so that the staircase can get lit up somehow. And there's probably a few more blocks we'll be adding in with that. Like, for example, I just realized, oh yeah, mushroom blocks could look pretty good with those two, especially. Oh boy.
We're going to dog resort? Hell yeah, that sounds fun. Super worth.
Anyway, if I've learned anything from this project, making a large organic staircase is not my specialty. I've been struggling a bit with this. But after a bit of fiddling, I think we're in a much better state. Still not perfect, though. I'm much happier with the shape of it now. The texturing might need some changing here. Like, we put mud bricks in the middle just for a bit more.
Yeah. Etho specifically is super, super creative. He's not even like a builder very much, but he's still really good at building. He's just very creative. And his redstone ability is cool. I've been watching him for over 10 years. Etho, to this day, is still the only Minecraft YouTuber I watch. I used to watch like Vintage Beef and BWO and stuff as a kid. But 10 years later, still think they're cool. But I'm an Etho guy. Through and through.
Variety, so it's not just Junglewood. I think that's a good call, but...
Tell you a couple things? No. Yeah. What's up?
When you're on the staircase, it looks a little chaotic, right? A little crazy. From a distance, though, this is the main thing I was trying to achieve. I think it actually looks pretty good now. So that's the...
That looks way better. Avid Green watcher. I've watched a couple of videos from Green.
main way you're going to see it. But let's move on from the staircase, finally. We're going to make a gate, a tunnel, at the top of the staircase here that's going to lead into the base. I got a really...
Thank you, Chance. Huge spreadsheet of 200 plus designers that share their freelance pricing and advice, and it's awesome. I'm so hyped about it. That does sound fucking dope. Let's go. Everyone keeps telling each other to charge double what they're charging. I mean, yeah. Sounds about right. Wish I could play with you again, but I've swapped back to console playing. On that console gamer life, I feel that. What games have you been playing? Yeah, I just got my haircut, Chance. Just got back
really
from that.
force myself to build big here. I'm not used to building big in this game. I usually go for small and detailed. Now we're going big, right? So usually I'll only ever make something 1 block wide. I'm going to try and make the mud here.
Make stickers, but keep all the backs on them so they don't do anything illegal, right? Add on the back of them so when people go to peel the sticker, they see my username. That's not a bad idea. Destiny 2. A lot of that Destiny 2. I feel you. I haven't played Destiny 2 in a few years now, I don't think. I liked it when I played it. There's stuff, but it's free. Put them in bookstores in between books and stuff. Oh, okay.
3 blocks wide.
I'm big braining. You're big braining.
That's going to be the main
Your brain is so
thing we see on the
big.
gate. And then we're going to mix in some other colors here and just make it unnecessarily wide, just for the sake of size. All right, so let's go check this out. I think we got a much better curve on this now. I don't know about you guys, but I still just use like dirt or moss for scaffolding. I cannot stand
Yeah, dude, I hate scaffold so much. Bro, why would I use scaffolding? It's so annoying to work with, and I can instant mine dirt.
Scaffolding. Haven't been able to figure it out yet. I think that's a pretty good size, right? A good starting point. Oh, yeah. Oh, the sun is setting. I want to see what this thing looks like.
Basic ass platforming, yeah. Fuck that, I wouldn't do that.
Looks like at nighttime. We got pretty much a whole gate done here. We're moving quickly through the building because I want to get to a bunch of stuff today. But yeah, these are the weird alien colors I'm talking about. Like we got the magenta and then the copper is a nice bright highlight color we can use in our building. And especially when you pair it with like the warp vines as like pillars, it looks really weird, right? I used a bunch of plants up there to sort of sell the organic theme we're going for as well, but also because it's a nice contrasting color for the purple terracotta, right? Now, it looks a little funny, though, because it's just on its own there. So my next order of business, I think, with this build is to try and make that make sense. Because I just threw it in there because I thought it would be a good idea, but it's just a bunch of random plants, right? I want to try maybe build a giant tree.
Gaming some D&D stuff soon? Nice. Just like with some homies? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been doing D&D now for almost 3 years. It's fun.
Possibly on both sides, that will sort of branch over top the gate and then make it look like it's part of the tree.
My character's like level
Okay, so I
18
think-
right now, so I'm like almost maxed out. Like I'm like pretty much god status at this point. Speaking of which, that's basically what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to become gods.
I think we had a little bit of success with that idea, but not entirely, right? Like it sort of looks like the tree merges with the gate a bit. I tried to build it leaning to the left towards the gate as best as I could here. And it may be like we could consider up to there as part of the tree. But it doesn't really explain the rest of the gate. So we either need another tree on the other side or some more plant stuff on the top. It looked funny, just the tree itself on top of the land there. So I tried to build some roots that hang over the side, and we use some of the mangrove roots to do that.
Mangrove roots are so cool.
I really like this block, actually. It's really cool. And I think that did...
Did you get hair new? Yeah, I put some new hairs in. I got a couple new ones in there. Is there... Dude, my hairdresser agrees, by the way. She said to me, she goes, your hair, it doesn't seem to be as dark as it used to be. It's like, that's what I've been saying. Sounded silly, derp. Bruh. And yeah, that's true. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm almost done with my, fries, but holy shit. Looks dope. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't style it. She styled it. So it's not fully the way that I style it, but I like it. It's good. Have one fry? Yeah, chat. You guys can have the leftover. That's for you. You may have it. Wank, wank. Thank you. No problem. No, thank you. No problem. So it's easier to gray? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with my hair. It was blonde for a little over a year. I got the blonde cut out, and I had a little bit of blonde highlighting left here. Soggy fry. These were actually fresh fries, but fair enough. But yeah, there was a little bit of blonde highlighting left, and just got rid of that now that it was grown out enough too. But yeah, my hair just seems to be lighter than it was before I got it blonde, which is weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Old man, yeah, I'm old as fuck. 25, you know, old as fuck. Synonyms for sure.
Did a good trick. We kind of blended it into the stone a bit as well. And also we got some mini trees on the side here. Just filled in the grassland we had here with some bamboo.
I've been recently looking back. And I'm so curious where all the time went, you know? I'm not upset per se. It just feels like the last 5 years have gone by so fast. It goes by faster in hindsight, obviously, but it took forever to get to this point. But I'm also so proud of how far I've come. I was looking at myself, just thinking about who I am today versus who I was like 5 years ago, and you know, I'm pretty fucking happy. I've made a lot of really good forward positive progress on myself and my life. And that's cool. School time flies. I mean, time felt like it was flying even in school to me as well. Like, I remember having an existential crisis when I was a senior in high school. I was like, where'd all the time go? I miss the old Zach, man. The Y in Zacco stands for youth. That's right. That's right. And the O, if there was an O, would stand for old, but there is no O. You know? May of next year. Yeah, that's my 8 years. That's wild. That's wild. Get a grip. Get a grip. Dude, I gotta clean this mouse pad. Spilled so many things on it. It looks so much dirtier than it actually is. Just because of the way that the, like, water has made the dirt splotches. College back in December and I blinked and now I'm here. Bro, that was like fucking 3 months ago. Not even. Get a grip. Get a grip. I blinked. Yeah. Ash, my grip is loose. Get a grip. Tighten your goddamn grip, Ash. Think about it. Think about it, Ash. Think about this. Think about this. You've spent almost a month watching this stream. That's where the time went. I'm literally a minor and I still feel like I've missed so much. Stop feeling that way. Stop it. You're young. Just do stuff. Enjoy it. Don't think about it too much. So my second year, it's okay. Yeah. And then you'll graduate and you'll go, where'd all the time go? Ah, where'd all the time go? Shut up. All right, my bad. That's on me for real.
You got some spruce leaves, some
Oh,
ponzel,
all right.
some
What are we doing today? Are we playing Muck
ball fern.
until Colin shows up? That's true. A lot of people that are minors right now went through a fucking pandemic as children. I can only imagine that that shit probably feels weird. But it's fine. It's fine. Hair go crazy? Yes, sir. But it's fine. And I'll tell you why it's fine. It's fine because nothing to miss. Life is life. Quote unquote for the story. Like just so I can say I did it. That's how I feel, Anaki. I was basically telling that to Mari earlier. I was like, Mari, you should meet people when you're in America, in New York. And the reason why is because it's an experience and you should do that. And experiences are good to have, so do it. You know what I'm saying? Also, Anaki, thank you so much for boosting my Discord server. I really fucking appreciate that. It really is nice. Thank you. Can't. What is bro saying? Bro saying? What I'm saying is, I do the same thing, Anaki. Better to regret doing something than regret not doing it. I kind of agree with that. That's a decent way to look at it. But Anaki, the way that I look at stuff the same way you do. I look at the same. I look, especially Mari. You read books, motherfucker. You should be looking at shit like this. Okay. I look at stuff, Anaki, you probably look at it the same way. My life is a book or a series of books. And every year maybe is a new book in the series, or maybe every couple of years is a book in the series. And I look at all the things that I do as building towards like a climactic moment in the story that is my life. Because one day I'm going to fucking die. It's going to happen. The book series comes to an end. This character goes away forever. Eventually. So like, why the fuck would I not make my book fucking bestseller material while I can? Like, I'm gonna write the best goddamn book I can, motherfucker. And sometimes bad things happen. That makes a good book. Stories are good when bad things happen anyway. My book is kind of boring. Make your book better by doing more interesting things. It's that simple. Just stop being scared to do stuff. Or else your book, at the end of your life, you're going to read the book that is your life. And you're going to go, damn, that shit was kind of boring. Wish I could go again. Oops. I can't. Going to New York City is interesting. It is. It's about 10 years long. Hey, it'd be like that. There's no shame in having a slower part of your story. But what I'm saying is, if you have the opportunity to make your story more interesting, you should do it. Because why the fuck not? What's better, you know? To be a little anxious while your story gets better? Or to have a boring story when you're on your deathbed? I know which one I like. Is to have a more interesting story. Chapter on Zatko Binge kind of goes hard. That's what I'm saying. As many people's books. You get a character that sticks out in a positive way in many characters' books. Yep, I feel that way too. I feel that way too, Iñaki. Like, I want to have a positive impact on other people's stories as much as I want my story to be incredibly interesting. You know? I want to pop up and have a positive impact. Which is why whenever I make people feel bad or I'm like not in a good mood and I like am arguing with people, I always feel bad afterwards because I'm like, man, I was the shithead in that person's story today. I don't like that. Wish I could have been better. And then I try to be better. But anyway. Main character in your own story, exactly. Yeah, you don't want to be like, in my opinion, you don't want to be like telling your story at the end of your life and your story is all about someone else. Or like what you wanted but didn't have. You know? You don't want your story to end up being like, I wish that I had met these people and I wish that I had made these friends and I wish that I had a good time, but the whole time I sat there wishing I had a good time instead of trying to have a good time. I do agree though, Mario. Going to New York is good. This conversation is not to specifically single you out and make you feel bad. I'm just saying how I feel about life and stuff, and that's why I suggest you do stuff. I feel bad. Don't feel bad. It's okay. I'm just saying, try to make your life interesting if you can. And, you know, you know your own shit the best. So, like, when you're in New York and you're not going to have time, then, like, yeah. But if it's only because you're nervous, that, to me, my opinion, the way I look at life, not a good enough excuse. But if you really don't have time, then it's one thing. And I'm nervous. Mari, think about how cool the story would be, right? Think about this. Think about the story, right? You're telling the story, right? Think about this. You're telling the story, right? And you get to that page and you're like, and there I was, getting ready to get on the plane to New York. And I knew in my head I was about to meet a friend of mine that I had made on the internet. And I was so nervous. And I felt like giving up. I felt like telling them no. I felt like telling them I wasn't going to meet them. And then I overcame my fears and my character developed and I became stronger. You know, you could change the course of your entire fucking story. Or you could just say, nah. All right, Zatko. It's been good catching up. Love you, bro. Happy 5 years. Thank you very much, homie. Have a good day. Almost threw up from nerves. Yeah, but it made you stronger. And now you have that experience. And it didn't go that bad. Minus the X part. All right, we can just kind of gloss over that a little bit. Okay? But I mean, you became stronger from that experience. You have that experience. You met the person. And it, in theory, didn't go terribly. The experience itself, not the relationship or whatever. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, here, let me tell you an experience of mine that goes down that same path. Blood. Cannot do blood. Cannot do blood at all. That shit is the scariest shit in the entire universe to me. Okay? When I was in middle school, they were doing this blood drive assembly at my school where they came to the school and they're like, hey, everyone, we're the blood drive people, and we suck your blood out, and we give it to other people who need it. And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, that's right. When you're in high school, you can do this blood drive thing, and you get your blood drawn. And we just wanted to tell you about it, so that way when you get to high school, you know about it. And we're just going to explain stuff. So they pull out this fake blood bag, and they're like, this is a blood bag. And I'm feeling myself, I'm getting clammy. I'm getting nervous. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. And then they pull out the plasma bag, and they're like, this is the plasma that's in your blood. And I'm like, ah. And I'm like, I'm about to pass out. So I get up, I stand up, and I go and I start walking down the bleachers to go ask one of my teachers if I can go get a drink of water. I'm like, can I go get a drink of water? Anyway, halfway through the sentence, I'm like, can I go get a drink? Boom! I pass out. Just completely black out, pass out. I wake up, my eyes are open. I see teachers' heads over the top of me. I'm in the middle of the bleachers. There are students looking down at me from the top of the bleachers. And the teacher's like, Zach, wake up, Zach. What's your name? And I'm like, you just said it. It's Zach. And she's like, yeah, okay. What day is it? I'm like, I wouldn't know that anyway. She's like, who's the president? I was like, Obama. She's like, what's your name? I'm like, I already told you. She's like, okay. We're going to send you to the nurse. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, they sent me to the nurse, and I go sit with the nurse for the rest of the fucking day. And my mom comes and picks me up. I'm like, it did this thing, and I blacked out. I don't know. And that was kind of that. I was just like, I don't like blood, and they showed us blood, and it made me pass out. Okay, that's it, right? Well, fast forward a little bit, it's high school now. I have come to the conclusion that I need to go to the doctor because I clearly have a mental health issue. Depression. Or anxiety. Or maybe it was ADHD, and no one really found out yet. The point is, I was very depressed. To the extent that, and I told this story earlier in the stream, I was coming up the stairs with a Dr. Pepper to sit in that corner of the room, because that's where my desk used to be, and as Spectrum GC, that's my old username, play Minecraft and record videos for YouTube. However, I was not playing Minecraft, I was playing League of Legends. You can see where things went wrong. Anyway, I'm coming up the stairs with the Dr. Pepper, I trip up the stairs, and then I'm like, oh, fuck, and I get all angry, and I sit down at my desk, and I open the Dr. Pepper, not thinking about the fact that I had just tripped up the stairs with it, and so it sprays everywhere, and I get so upset that I throw it across the room, and I fucking bawl, and I start wailing on the ground. I'm like, ah! I'm so upset. And I realize that's probably not appropriate behavior. I need to go see a doctor about my mental health. And so I go to the doctor about the mental health thing, and to put a person on medication, they need to draw your blood. So I end up at this place, and I didn't know I was going to get my blood drawn, and they're like, yeah, we're drawing your blood, that's the whole reason you're here. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't like blood, I can't do blood, I cannot do blood, I'm sorry, I cannot do blood. And they're like, you're fine. So they sit me up in the chair, and I'm like, I'm already woozy before this is even happening. And I'm like, oh my god. They're like, do you want us to tell you? And I'm like, no. I'm like, all right. I feel the needle go in my arm, and I'm like, the whole world just... Like, I was about to puke. And I feel this pressure on my knees. And then my mom is like, Zach, get up. And I'm like, what? My mom's like, open your eyes. I'm like, no, not until they're done drawing my blood. And she's like, Zach, it's done. It's over. And I'm like, no, it's not. They just started. She's like, it's over. You're on the floor. And I'm like, what? She's like, you're on the floor. I'm like, oh. And I open my eyes, and sure enough, dude, let me show you this shit. Let me show you. This is me, okay? We got a floor like this, right? And I am literally splayed out on the floor on my knees, hunched over like this. Like, that's me. Like, there was a chair, and I fucking slid out of the chair onto the ground when I passed out, right? Flashbang. Okay, that's what happened. That's what I slid out of the chair onto my knees like that. And so that pressure I felt on my knees.
Doctor-patient confidentiality.
And so when I fell out, I slid onto my knees, right? That's what happened. And I'm like, uh-oh. So that's what happened. So, I'm like, when I wake up, the nurse, she's like, Zach, you know, you. Thanks for the 500 bits, PC boy. Hi, Sarah. What's up, Alex? Hi, Carson. So anyway, that's the noise I made when I saw the needle. Anyway, so Inigo, thank you for the 10 minutes. Him on the floor. I tell the nurse, I'm like, or the nurse tells me, she goes, you know, if you tell us you're not good with blood, we have a bed you can lay in. So that way, if you're going to pass out, you don't fall out of the chair. I'm like, motherfucker. I told you I was not good with needles. Well, it's not needles. I said I'm not good with blood. I can't do blood. I told you that. Yo, what's up, Jim? Yo, double yo. Yo to the double time. What up? So I'm like, I did say that. I did tell you that, actually, is the thing. Yo. What up, Brad? Oh, hey. Yo. What up, Wakefoot? Yo. What up, Crave? Yo. What up, Ash? Can I get some yo TTS in the chat? Yo. What up? Yo. Alex would say, yo. What up, Ash? I've been saying that, actually. And I was like, I've been saying that. What up, Unico? What up, Inaki? What up, Mari Gasboss? Second place. That's right. That's right.
Yo.
Everyone get your second place. Everyone get your... Come on. It's time for you to get your participation trophy, baby. Yo. A hydrate? Well, I got a little Coke here.
Yo.
And also, I got a little Coke here. So. Yo, Cinder's a millionaire. Zomboid later, trying to plan out my night. I don't think tonight, Brad. I'm going to be playing a game with Sarah tonight after she gets off work. Coke time. Let me get some of that. I mean, what? Sugar. But, yeah, so anyway, I'm like, yeah, I told you that, and you didn't listen to me. She's like, okay, well, yeah, just let us know next time. I'm like, okay. Never had to get blood drawn again after that. Until the summer I'm moving out of my parents' house. I'm moving out to the city. And, well, I started having this heart condition. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with my heart right now? It feels like my heart is expanding out of the limits of my chest. What do I do about that? That doesn't seem great. My shoulder starts hurting. I'm out like looking at houses to potentially move into and rent. My shoulder is like, you know, cramping up. My heart is like out of my chest. I'm like sitting like this. I'm like, oh, I'm fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. And I drive home with this heart problem or whatever. And I get back home. It's like an hour drive home. How long will the subathon last? Well, at least that much time. But it could last forever. I don't know. So I'm like, okay, this is fucked. I don't want to go to the doctor because I'm thinking like, it'll just go away. It will just go away. It'll just go away. My mom's like, you should go to the doctor. I'm like, no. Why would I go to the doctor? It's just my heart. Just one of my most critical organs. Feeling like it's going to burst out of my chest. It'll be fine. Anyway, it wasn't. So, I go to the ER at about midnight. I crawl with one arm out to the garage where my parents are sitting. And I go, Mom, I need you to take me to the ER. And she's like, you little shit. I told you needed to go to the doctor. So anyway, get to the ER. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to run some tests. I'm like, hey, if you have to draw my blood, I have problems with that. And they're like, okay. And they hear me out, so I'm laying there. And they stick the needle in, and I feel like I'm on the verge of passing out. Okay. After it's done getting drawn, I didn't pass out. I'm like, let's fucking go, dude. I didn't pass out. I've had my blood drawn once. I passed out at a blood drive, but I didn't pass out this time. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. But anyway, I'm faint. Like, I'm sweating. Pot the molly even. And they bring me like juice and some crackers. Like, I just got done at a blood drive, and I'm okay. But I'm freaked the fuck out, but I'm okay. I didn't pass out. Then, fast forward, 2 years later, this January, I go to get a routine checkup that I haven't had in years, And they bring me into the office, and they're like, we're going to take your blood. I'm like, hey, just, you know, I'm not good blood. I lay down, and I'm talking to them, and they draw my blood, and I sit up, and I'm like, oh. Nope, no problem. They drew my blood, and I had no problem. I got over my fear of getting my blood drawn, mostly. Still doesn't, I'm not happy. I don't want to get my blood drawn. It's still not something I want to do, per se. But I got over it. And you know how I did it? I just had to get it done multiple times. So anyway, the point of the story, Mari, is sometimes you just got to experience the shit that makes you nervous multiple times, and eventually you'll get over it. The point of the story is sometimes you just got to pass the fuck out and puke a couple times, and then you'll be good. The point is sometimes shit sucks, but better to have shit suck now so that you can live a long, happy life than be scared of shit sucking and not experiencing what you should or need to do. Didn't warn you so you didn't have time to think about it? Maybe. I mean, I didn't know I was getting my blood drawn until I got there in January. I got there in January, and I got there, and they're like, they're pulling out needles and vials, and I'm like, hey, are you drawing my blood? And they're like, yeah, we're going to be drawing your blood. And I'm like, oh, okay. Wasn't prepared for that. Not good with that, so just so you know, it's fine. I know it's what you got to do, but just... yeah. Fear of vomiting by vomiting. Yes, sir. Friends or Zach will tell the story every day until you do. True. I can't. It's such a weak mindset. That's how they get you. True. Yeah. ER sucks. They took 9 hours to get to me. I was there all night. The night that I was there, too, it was like the summer that COVID... the summer of 2020 when COVID had hit. And I hear them talking outside of the ER room that I'm in, talking about how someone else is in the ER with COVID, and I'm like, oh, great. I'm going to get COVID. And I didn't even know, like, anything about it. So I'm like, uh-oh. So, oh my god, your blood is blue. Every other time is shrugs. Yeah. What I'm saying is, have a really, really dog shit, over the top, awful experience. And then it's a walk in the park after that. Every time after that, you're like, this isn't nearly as bad. Last time I almost died. No, the real lesson is just put yourself in situations that scare you, and eventually you'll get over it. Like, really. It's totally valid to be scared, but be strong. I know you can. So, that's it. That's it. Keep your head up. Experience things that scare you, and eventually you'll be less scared. And then eventually you'll realize, hey, nothing in life is really that scary. Even death. Am I getting old, or... Anyway. It's right around the corner. It's fine. Just finished website number 1 for the client, precisely on deadline. Let's go! Working on the next site tomorrow. Yo. We making them websites. Easy little website coding. Death. He's right behind me, isn't he? Experienced death a couple times. You'll get over it. More like have crippling anxiety where you think you're dying a few times, and then you'll be like, oh, oof. That actually happened to me. Like, I literally thought I was dying from having anxiety through the roof a couple times. More than a couple times. A lot of times. And now if something happens where I feel like I'm dying, I'm like, whatever. Just make it quick. Sometimes I sit on the toilet with indigestion in my stomach. I have knives being shoved into my stomach. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna die right here on the toilet, Elvis Presley style. Just make it quick. Come on. Come on. Just kill me already. Hands up, police. Put your hands in the air. Wimley, you just don't care. I'm sorry. Hello. Oh, man. Don't be scared of needles. Be more scared of the intern doing it. That is, yeah. I'm sorry. Wigfoot, King of the Hill still. Let's go. Making a website, the first site was update the landing page from merch storefront to resemble some new branding. The next site will be a completely rehauled landing page, informational site about another project of theirs. Nice. Streaming, I was just there like, ah. Feel that, Alex. Literally humans adapt to stuff. So like when you experience things that make you scared more often, you get less scared in scary scenarios, right? Like that is just literally how people are. I know for me, like I usually end up being the calm person in an anxiety-inducing situation now, even though I have anxiety, and that's probably why, because like I have generalized anxiety, so like mundane shit has freaked me out so much in the past that now when something like actually life-threatening happens, I'm just like, panicking's not going to help here. Let's think about this. For very long. I feel that. Feel that, Cat. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I don't like using the bathroom that much. I really am not a fan. I wish I was a robot. Describe Panic Attack says, I feel like I'm dying and everyone says I'm being dramatic. Great to see there are other mentally deranged losers out there. I mean, dude, people don't understand that anxiety and panic attacks literally are like your body, your brain is convincing you that you are dying. Like that's literally what a panic attack is like you feel like your entire life is over in that moment, like real. Like it's real. What's up, Becco? Thank you. Just got my hair cut today. Just got it done. So do you do F-E-B-E? Well, I don't know what that means. Bayern? I don't know what that means. I don't know. I'm sorry. These are things good or bad we adapt. Yep. Fight often. I'm stubborn though, so I'll never let it win. Exactly. Same. Front end, back end. I see. Patrick, you full stack? You're full stack, right? You do freelance full stack. Stress about deadlines at this point because I've just kind of accepted being late to deadlines as the default. Yeah, I feel that. External stress, but the moment it becomes internal, I lose my chill. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Naki. I'm like the exact same way. My own worst enemy is my brain. Sound the alarms. Guess what, bro? We're dying right now. Like for specific areas, yeah. Then you try to explain they don't understand because they haven't felt it. Yeah, I just wait. And also people lack a lot of empathy. Because you can say, I feel like I'm dying. And they go, no, you don't. And it's like, I don't know how to tell you more accurately that I definitely do. But, okay. If I didn't feel like I was dying, would I be freaking out over nothing? I understand it's not real, but my brain's convincing me it is, so please shut the fuck up! Just leave me alone! For like 10 minutes, I'll calm down, but my brain is currently convincing me that the world is sinking in on me and everything's over. If you could just give me a minute, I'll be alright. But please do not minimize my experience. Thank you. Damn, you still alive? And I will be too, for like at least 62 hours. That's what the timer says. Let's go. Yes, sir. I've been live for 3.5 weeks. Let's get it. Databases, because I just not needed those yet. Yep. I feel that.
Incoming. 5 gifted.
You just added 50 minutes to our timer, Aaron. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you. Also, I need to give you a... Okay, Aaron Hobred needs a MS Paint flag, and so does Kyle and one other person. There are 3 people that need MS Paint flags. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head right now. I know I'm not dying, but I sure do feel like it, because otherwise it's like they think I'm being dramatic. Yeah, exactly. It's so annoying.
Yo.
Thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. I've done my kind act of the month.
Yo.
Let's go. Now go get yourself a Shamrock Shake. Yo. Yo, double yo. Yo'd up. We yo'd up. Aaron, yo. We yo'd up. You've yet to see me draw one of those, but I drew you one. Sensory issues, yeah. I feel that. The fuck is a Shamrock Shake? It's just a mint shake from McDonald's that are only available in March. Teach me how to yo-yo. Add more time. Happy about that? I am happy about streaming longer, to be honest. I'm happy to be streaming. There's part of me that's like, there are other things that I need to do that I can't really do on stream. But I'm happy to be live. So. Need for individual projects, yeah. Turn on SpongeBob, calms me down so quickly. Yeah, I haven't had a panic attack in a long time, but usually I can feel that it's coming on now, and I stop it in its tracks by going like this. My brain, okay, this is the inside of my brain, right? The inside of my brain is going like this. Hey, have you ever thought about... And I've learned how to go like this. And then it goes away. I don't literally stick my fingers in my ears, but what I do is I basically just start meditating and just like not thinking about anything. And that usually works for me. So it's been a good tactic to learn, to be honest. Also, I'm snoozing the ad for 5 minutes. So just so you guys know, in 9.5 minutes, 3-minute ad is going to play if you don't have a sub. Just so you know, I'm warning you ahead of time. You won't miss much. Just letting you know. And the reason we do those is we run 3 minutes of ads every hour. So that way the ads are off for a whole hour. By turning ads off for an entire hour, new people that come in don't have to experience the ads, and people who don't have subs don't have to experience the ads. So, Kek W, bro thinks he's Hassan. Kek W, fuck you. I don't think I'm Hassan. I think that I don't want people experiencing ads. When I'm feeling anxious, I just turn on Subway Surfers. Yeah, that's actually funny. Top of the hour ad break. It's top of the half hour ad break, actually. I'm not contractually obligated to do it. I just don't want people to have ads. That's all. I just don't want people to have ads. It's that simple. And also, I just play with the shit that Twitch gives me, right? Twitch gives me the ability to run an ad. It used to be Twitch would let you run 1.5 minutes of ads every 30 minutes to turn off. Actually, this does look like a TV to me, to be honest. In fact, I'm watching it on a screen. It looks a lot like a TV. This is the entertainment industry, and I am your entertainment. And I been doing it for 5 years as a professional. I am a professional broadcaster. So, kinda, yeah, actually. That's kind of exactly how TV is, so. Yeah, kinda. Anyway, so the point, though, is I'm playing with the 3-minute ads every hour just because Twitch introduced that as a new feature, and I'd much rather run 3 minutes of ads every hour than 1.5 minutes every 30 minutes. Because otherwise, every 30 minutes, people are like, ads! And that's annoying. It also sucks when new people come in and they're like, I can't watch this because I have ads. So there's no perfect scenario. Twitch forces ads down your throat no matter what. So I'd rather have control over it and tell you, hey, the ads are coming up at this time, specifically, right now. The ads are here. Instead of being like, I don't know if you have ads or not, but get interrupted content. Sorry, Lamau. Just let a campaign that's now set to successfully write off $68,000 of debt across their city to be a professional activist now, it seems. Let's fucking go! That's actually huge. That's actually huge. Yeah, I mean, me live streaming is television. You know, it's new age television. It's new media. But at the end of the day, there is a precedent that has been set, and you know, things follow trends, and things that work continue to be done. So, looking fresh. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. We're gonna play some Muck, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm gonna play some Muck. I don't know what else to do right now. But where's Colin at? Is Colin playing Muck right now? He is playing Muck. Old me want new. Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's fair. Unanimously voted to increase tuition costs with little to no discussion. Yay! We love that. We love when tuition goes up for no reason. One of the main reasons I dropped out of college is because my tuition was so expensive, and they did this fun little thing where they're like, hey, by the way, you live too far away from the college, so you have to live on campus your first year. Oh, and you live on campus? That means you also have to buy a meal plan. So if you want to attend this university, you have to live on campus, spend an extra $10,000, and you have to spend another $5,000 for food. Because we decided that you have to spend more money. Cool. Sounds stupid. Planned, meaning that you don't add time when you wake up. Wait, what exactly do you mean by that? I add time if I oversleep. So like the way that I look at it is everyone knows that I'm going to sleep for 8 hours. So when you're buying time for the timer, you know that 8 hours a night I'm going to sleep. However, if I like stay off stream for 12 hours, I will add the difference in time because I'm like, yeah, I'll like add free time for staying off stream too long. Like today I had to get a haircut. I had to leave the stream. So I added some time. 8 hours was the answer? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I like add free time from time to time just because I'm like, well, I need a break or like whatever. If I have to leave the stream for an extended period of time to do something irregular or whatever, then I add some time. That being said, I expect you guys to understand that obviously I'm a human being that has to live life. So like if I'm like gonna go make dinner or whatever, I'm not gonna add a ton of time because it's just a normal human activity. Like, you know, I expect people to understand that I've been live 24/7. I'm gonna do normal human stuff like use the bathroom, take a shower, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't add extra time for like my shower, for example. Like even though it takes me a couple hours to get up in the morning, like it might take me 10 total hours to like sleep, get ready for the day, etc. But yeah, so I don't necessarily add a different any time for that. It's just if I'm taking like an extraordinarily long time, that I'll add time. I play it day by day, but yeah. Cooking stream with Zach, yeah. OBS crashed, we're good. That's true. People have been able to add a lot of time for free with their channel points. Speaking of which, did you know you can add channel points? With channel points, once every 48 hours or every time the stream restarts, you can add 30 minutes for free. That's right, you can redeem it 3 times, adding 30 minutes every single stream with the channel points, if you want to. And if you spend those points, you will get them back after the subathon's over. So don't even worry about it. You're basically just putting them into a bank to save for later and using them for time during the duration of the subathon. But yeah, I will be giving those back, and you can do that every stream. But yeah, sometimes OBS crashes or something fucky happens, and the stream has to restart before 48 hours are up, and then you're able to just get it again. So yeah. Still want to acknowledge your name, Zach. It's okay. Sellout? little sellout time. I got you.
The Zach Pack can buy Zacko merch at zachkoblenz.com/shop. To further support their favorite creator, they can also subscribe on YouTube by typing !socials in chat. Check out bisecthosting.com by typing !IP for Minecraft hosting needs, and check out the affiliate links in the info panels below the stream player or description of the Zacko YouTube videos. Did I mention Twitch Prime? Link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch for a free subscription every month. To learn more, type !Prime in chat. Perhaps I forgot to mention tier 1, 2, and 3 subscriptions as well as bits. Start a hype train at twitch.tv/Zach_co using bits, gifted subs, and subscriptions.
Yes, sir. Who upselling they out right now? Ah, yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Who up doing this shit right now? Sell out. What are you gonna do? Hey, what are you gonna do, you know? Ad read to be so in-depth. What are you gonna do? You know? Ad starts in 15 seconds, by the way. So we'll keep shooting the shit for the next like 3 minutes, and then I'll start playing games. What a sellout! I can't believe it. Business adventure. Business venture. Kat, what business venture are you gonna set out on? Paid chatter, by the way. I like the captions. They said, they'd shatter bubbling. I really gotta get a better caption system. They did chatter bubbling. Are you saying slurp plorton? Yes, sir. Just hoping it bullies Wigfoot. It makes you the king of the hill. So now if you look at the redemptions, it'll say king of the hill. Hobred. Paid for chatter testimonial. Basically, it puts you in the redemptions until someone else takes it. And assuming you only get tier 1s, then you get $360 a day. Assuming you sleep/are off stream for 10 hours a day, that means you're working 14 hours a day and getting paid $25.71 USD an hour. Something like that. Except for I also randomly do double times. Add time to the stream, I mean, for free. Got the channel points time that people add, but yeah. Yeah, but like you said, assuming only getting tier 1s, then yeah. What's wrong, Sarah? I don't know what I did to upset Hobred. Okay, wait. Well, those are inconsistencies. Stare. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining whatsoever. If I want this to end, it'll end. You know? I had to get 63 hours. Nothing as an emote. And I know, it's fucking hilarious. Otto and also Schultz. If you look at the sub leaderboard, I was also pointing to the sub goal in general. Schultz gifted a bunch of subs as well during double time. Otto is just very generous, yeah. Otto likes supporting people, friends, subathons, and has been having a good time and is supporting it, and yeah. Crunchy pretzel roll grilled cheese. But why the sad face, Sarah? Hit the 48-hour slot. The 48-hour slot? Oh, the 1 day, like, on the wheel? We have not hit more than the 12-hour, but we have hit the 12-hour twice. Because AdSense... Aaron, I get paid dog shit for ads, by the way. So not really. 24-hour? Yeah. Don't we all? Yeah. But I mean, I'm not getting any. I don't have enough viewers for me to be making any money off the ads. Is what I'm saying. Like, they pay decently, but it has to do with your viewership, and my viewership is not there, so it doesn't really. Yeah. Crossbow and Mile for 2 sounds good, homie. Unless you're a 1%, you get dog shit for ads. Yeah. The rate is basically the same across the board for how much you get paid for the ads. It's just, it has to do with how many people are actually watching the ad. So, since I don't have that many viewers, let me clarify. That many viewers in the scheme of what advertisers want you to have. I think I have a lot of viewers, personally. You know, so let me just be clear. Nothing to scoff at. A lot of people here. I just mean in terms of what advertisers want. But yeah. In terms of like advertiser dollars, I can't share with you exactly what I've made. But what I can say, what I can tell you is that in the month of March, since I started running the ads, in 1 week from ads, I have not made enough to pay for the McDonald's that I just got. So, can't really add that to the year and a half of being affiliate to make $40 in AdSense. I mean, that's actually a lot. If you made $40 in AdSense, that's insane. That's a lot of money to make from AdSense, because, yeah. Get a disproportionately higher amount of subs, because like people are more inclined to give smaller streamer money. No, not really. It more so depends on the type of streamer. Certain streamers do get higher amounts of subs than other streamers, but it's not like about viewership and stuff. It's more about the type of stream. People like me who stream long hours and have more conversational streams where I'm like just talking to you guys and being like myself and talking to you guys, people like me are more likely to get higher gifted subs than like another streamer that does like shorter streams but are like more so about the content, less so about interacting with the chat. So it just depends. Monk S. Yeah. What are they going to do? I mean, the only thing they would do is terminate your affiliateship, basically. So. So, like, community-centered streamers get more subs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because there's more likely to be people who, like, can't afford subs themselves, so people will gift them subs because it's, like, it's more community-based. Yeah, exactly. Because everyone's, like, getting to know each other and getting to know the streamer, and it's, like, it's a community. So, and smaller streamers just tend to be more community-focused, obviously, because, well, what are you going to do? Not read the couple people's messages in chat? You know. Only got affiliate for my own emotes. That's fair. Also, that emote is fucking insane. But yeah, my goal has always been to foster a good community and a friendly community. Just because I think that that's cool. I've always said that, like, my goal, even if I were to get to the point where, like, I have a large viewership, I want the chat, like, atmosphere to be one where, like, you might show up because the content is really good, but also you're showing up to talk to the other people that hang around in chat at the end of the day. Just because I think that that's cool. Yeah, it's an insane emote name and an insane emote in general. It is actually fucking insane. How it was accepted? Yeah, me neither. I don't know if I want to play Muck. Jack Harlow? No, that's not Jack Harlow. What up, Sykes? How you doing, homie? Yep, Jack Harlow. Not a Minecraft YouTuber. Nopers. Am doing. Did you get some sleep, homie? I'm sure you did. You got some sleep probably right after, right? Oh, Sykes, real quick. I had to type a message to someone else. My bad. When's the second day in bed? All right. You got your Discord open? Woo! Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Just gonna stay glad I don't know, to be honest. Have you ever had a dream where you wish you had you where you would? You could. Everything I need to know. It might be. I think it is. No shot he changed his face again. What? What do you mean changed? Bro, I fucking hate allergies. Play COD? Alright, sweet. I've been looking for something to do. I'll play COD. Tim, you should also play Muck at some point with me. It is actually so fun. I beat it. But it's fun as fuck. And James Franco simultaneously. I know, right? He looks different. Yeah. I mean, everyone looks different from day to day, but yeah. Gun shooting through his team. You beat it. Alright, Mari. Let me be clear. Me and my friends named Zach, Mari, Colin, Andy, Michael Brecklow, beat it. Fucking flashbacks. I ain't played that shit in so long. It was so fucking fun. We played for 10 hours yesterday.
Yo.
Yo.
How art thou?
Well, I'm doing pretty fucking good. How are you, dumbass?
I'm offended. Clearly.
I don't know why, but I've been like
Angry?
no, not
Mean?
not angry. Yeah, just like very aggressive. But like for some reason I think it's funny to be like aggressive in like a friendly way. Like for some reason I feel like if I'm being aggressive and there's nothing to be aggressive about, I'm hoping that people will, when I'm actually being aggressive, not take it as seriously. If I'm just super fucking aggressive all the time when nothing's wrong, hopefully then when I am being aggressive because something is wrong, they'll be like, it's no big deal. Becoming hostile by default. I've been a good influence on him. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. That's how it works.
That's how it's going to work now.
It just doesn't always work that way for everyone, but, you know. I'm also, look, I'm still able to read the room. I'm not going to be aggressive to people that can't take it at the end of the day.
That's fair.
And if someone gets offended by it, I'll say sorry. Like, if I was aggressive to someone and they couldn't take it and they're like, damn, what the fuck? I'd be like, I'm sorry. I won't
That's
do
on
it.
me. My
Yeah,
bad.
I'm sorry about that. Hey, sorry about it. He only made me cry 3 times yesterday, so he's getting better.
Oh my god. I'm gonna grab a drink before we.
Jesus. Alright, I'm doing something real quick. Okay. Exactly why you can't actually be aggressive, because you need to not be sorry for it to be. Are you telling me that I should just actually be a dick? Is that what you want from me? Yep. Alright. I'll just start being a real dick. You know what? I'm not sorry. I meant go fuck you. You know when I said go fuck yourself and then I said just kidding? Not kidding. Go fuck yourself. Also, I got this Kirby pin and the backs to the pin were so cool. Look at this. I don't know if I can show this well, but can you guys see this?
Yeah.
It's like It's got like this pole kind of thing. It's like such a high quality like pin back for what? And for why, you know? Yeah, I just got my hair cut today. I think it's still in the title, but maybe it's not. But yeah, I just got a cut today. The final parts of the blonde are gone now. Then own that shit. I mean, I don't want to be an asshole. I just am an asshole a lot, and I don't like that people take me more seriously than they should about it, because I'm usually just in a bad mood. Alright. Am I in your party?
Not yet.
I accepted it. Try again.
There we
cool.
go. So Resurgence doesn't have duos at the moment.
Why?
It's trios and quads. So we're gonna do
the fuck they said? Oh, trios, no duos now. Dude, just have all of them, you dumbass.
They'll have all 3 in the new Reloaded.
Or just have all 3.
Yeah, I don't.
Not that complicated of an idea. Putting some work in on my mic real quick. Warzone. Yep. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes,
I
sir.
got my LMG gold.
Bro.
And the attachment I needed on it.
Do you just use it a lot to get a gold, or do you purposely try and do stuff to get a gold?
So, yeah. So I already had it max level and already had the 50 kills needed for one of the challenges. The other challenge was get 30 kills while prone. Get, I think it's 15 double kill or 10 double kills. And then, what was the other one? I can't remember what the other one. But then, so that was pretty easy. That took like 2 games to finish because I already had a lot of them done. And then the gold challenge is get 10 triple kills without dying with the Socken. And so I did that in like 2 shipment games because they have a shipment 24/7 lobby open now.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is you mostly just play with it, and then you look at your challenges every so often. If you can just like knock some out on purpose, then you do that.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I got the attachment. I was like, well, now I want it gold. So I looked at what was available. I was like, oh, I don't got to do much. And then just did it.
Right.
I don't care for the platinum or the atomic stuff. I just want gold in whatever gun I'm using.
Use this time to practice. We will be deploying soon.
Can't I hear that?
Enemy soldier incoming.
Can you say something, Zach?
No.
Wait, why can I hear Discord but I can't hear the game?
Turn up the game?
That's why. They changed my audio.
You silly guy.
For some reason it connected to my
You little silly mother effing poo-poo head. But I love my new keyboard switches so much. They feel so good. When I type on them and they... Ooh, yeah. What war in the zone right now, guys?
You want to jump to this far off buy station and run the zone?
Which one? Sure.
Top, middle.
He'll be like, Zach, what games are you gonna play? And I always be like, I don't know. Whoever asked me to play a game with them first, I guess. Look at all these little ants flying out. I pulled a classic, went too low. So I'm closer to this one.
Okay, let's go that one. I'm gonna drop on this building.
Okay. I'm gonna loot this building that I'm on right now just so I have something. Or maybe not, because there's nothing in this building. Hello? Okay, I have a sniper. Not exactly what I wanted, but, you know.
It shoots things.
It shoots.
Hostile UAV in this sector.
Over here. Oh god, the mannequins made me think there was a player. Oh, that was awful.
Alright, I'll sort it out. Sykes. Give me just a minute.
I've got my guns.
Guns. I need more money to get mine. Where might I find a gun?
There's an SMG in here. In the building you're in. On the bottom floor.
Found a little money.
SMG marked.
Where are you?
Someone had been in this building. Doors open.
Where? Yeah, because there was a door open from the top floor.
Yep.
So I think they might be above.
Oh, I see them. Right there.
Okay. Oh, someone just flew in there. We pushing?
I don't know where you're at.
I'm pushing. Someone's like right here.
He's down. I just obliterated him.
Alright.
He's down in the top floor. He's going down the stairs right now. Someone just
right
got
here.
bought.
On me, right here, on me.
Yep. He's on the roof. He dropped down. He ran through your door. I can't get to him.
Dude, he's right here.
I know. I'm right here.
Nice job.
There's people close. There's people close. Are you ready?
Fucking hate single fire guns, bro.
They rezzed at the buy station that we were just at.
So annoying. Okay, I've got only 2 plates, but I have $4,500.
Okay. Come here.
Yep.
I don't know where he bought, and then I couldn't see where he went after that.
I'm at the buy station.
Yep, I'm trying to cover best I can.
I bought an armor box.
Okay.
Coming back to you.
Your team is in the safe zone.
I'm gonna reload.
Hydrate, I got you, Marty. Also, I love the name. Marty J. McFly. McFly! Anybody home?
Pushing into the next building, the one that you're fighting at. That was...
At us, yeah.
Was it this building that just got airstrike?
Yeah. I'm gonna lay down for just a second, okay?
Mm-hmm. Do you think?
Sorry about that.
There you go. Nothing happened, so.
Sykes, I canceled it. I'll
See anyone.
refix it here in a minute.
I'm gonna jump over to this parking garage. We both fumbled that, damn.
I didn't fumble shit. The game fumbled it.
Did you drop that armor box? You wanna do it in here? If you still have it.
Yeah, I got it.
Drop it.
Sorry. Dude, my like allergies or something are like acting up like crazy.
Oh, good. Ah, much better. Much better. Oh wait, why did I drop that? Alright. The only thing I'm lacking right now is ammo, so I think I'm just gonna like mindlessly loot for a bit.
My bad.
Was it you shooting?
It's a decoy.
Oh, gotcha.
I accidentally threw a fucking decoy on my feet.
Damn, you just tricked your teammate with a decoy.
It's epic,
Crazy.
isn't it?
Ghost.
Tales of Symphonia about to beat it and go Vesperia. Nice. Dude, I never beat Tales of Symphonia. I got to a certain part and then I got stuck as a kid. And then I like stopped playing it. I always try and go back and beat it, but because I like don't remember anything about the game, I cannot even find my way through the game at this point. Like I have to restart the game if I actually want to like finish it.
I'm in the next building across the street, just so you know.
What's up, Hydra?
2 plates
Hydra
here.
Candy. What's up, Candy? Hydra. Hydra
Ooh,
Candy.
more right here.
Hydra.
Take one of them.
Hydra Candy. Candy Hydra.
Alright, I'm
How are
pretty
you?
stacked. Oh god, this room is...
Money.
Alright, we need... How far are we from zone? We're pretty far. Let's try to hit that loadout drop on the way. We could take the chop top, but that seems kind of risky to me.
Yeah. Nothing Nintendo or classical music after spilling water on a plate and almost on my keyboard controller in Nintendo. No. Classical music sounds like a vibe. Sorry, I almost spilled water on your shit though. Getting a new controller for my computer on Friday, which I'm pretty hyped about.
What controller are you getting?
Just a classic Microsoft Xbox one. Like a new one. One of their newest ones. It was only $45. It would have been
Might have to
even...
get one.
Yeah, it would have been even cheaper had I gotten it during the deal. But I waited too long. Someone said, why are you getting a... My girlfriend specifically said, why are you getting a new controller? And then I sat there and explained it. And then ADHD'd out and forgot to finish the order.
R.I.P.
Hey, Revive, get up here for you. We'll both have one.
Ooh, on my way. How do roof get?
Not in the roof. Just come inside, bro. Dummy head. We still trying to hit that Lodi?
Yeah, we can get it on the way.
Just go back to my house. Died, my legs hurt. I'm sorry to hear that. Good workout though. You know?
Oh, someone
Walking's
got
always
rezzed at
good
that
for
buy
you.
station to our left. Or a little bit ago, so we just need to be careful of that.
You're gonna run to it?
Yeah, let's go up the hills to the right and then to it. Because then we'll at least have vision on if someone's on it already. Ellie going over us?
Oh shit.
Did I just shoot him out of it? They
Yeah,
just
you
jumped out.
did. They're still in it for sure, right?
Yeah, one of them's dead. There's just the pilot in there, so they can't shoot us. I'm pushing up the hill.
Yeah. I just wasted a bunch of ammo on that. Oh, it blew up.
Lol.
I got experience for it.
Oh, I just got so much rifle
What
ammo
is
by
that
doubling
thing?
up my gun. My LMG?
No, this in the
What?
sky above us.
UAV maybe?
No.
I don't really know.
Oh, I should have got my SMG, to be honest. Oh well. I got my perks, so that's all that matters. Care about whatever this plane is that's flying around.
I have no clue.
You want to keep heading in zone?
Yeah. Let's go to this
Oh,
compound.
at least Mom was confused. I told her I was going to walk around, go to the pharmacy so she can pick me up. Get up in our backyard. I think the map's just bugged for me. There's a bunch of like red.
Yeah, that's on mine too.
The McDonald's Coke tastes a little watered down, and for some reason it tastes like extra lemony, which is weird.
Tastes, yeah, acidic.
Yeah.
Much more.
Tastes like it's got like a lemon juice in it, and it's weird. Literally on my way home, I was like, this tastes like it has citric acid. And I was like, I'm a fucking nerd. Alright.
Gas mask here if you need it.
I will take it. Leave the mask for me. Where are we going?
I'm just trying to see if anyone's coming behind us in zone right now. We can't have been the only ones pushing from that direction, right? We heard those people fighting the people that got rezzed. Oh. Oh, wow. Right on us. Oh, I went down, but I have self-res.
Okay, where at?
He's at the tree, close, road.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
I'm backing up to a plate before I keep fighting.
Okay.
I'm going up in the tower, actually. Power play.
I have a bomb drone. I see him. Right here. They're both on the bottom of the hill here.
Okay.
One, they're trying to head up towards us. Oh, there's two teams. There's two teams. They're fighting each other right now.
Can we push up?
Yeah, we can, but they're fighting each other.
Okay. Coming to you.
If we go to the top of the hill here, we'll get them. Hit him a couple times right here. You good?
Downed one. Downed one. Hit the other.
Okay. He's on me. Down. He has self-res. Or one of them does. Nice. There's another team back that way that's going to be pushing up on us unless they killed him. I see him right now.
Yep.
Hit him a couple times. He's in that building.
There's one outside the building, running right to left.
Okay.
Cracked him. He's behind wall. I can't see him. Or behind the hill. Alright, I'm gonna take this time to reload because my LMG takes a year to reload.
Yep.
There we go. Go now.
I don't see him, but I'm looking at this road.
I see one right here. Hit him once. He's pretty far down there.
Copy that.
Unless we want to chase him. Ski.
I think we just head in. Hit in the face with a chair, what the fuck? Sounds like classic public school. You'll never believe this, but I got a good amount of sleep last night. And didn't drink too much caffeine. And I feel good. They're in
Is that where
here.
those shots were?
Yeah, they're here. 2 teams fighting. I see one right now, right there. Hit him a couple times. Multiple times. They're shooting back at me. Hit him. I'm hitting him.
He is beaming me.
I'm beaming him. Reloading. I'm plating.
Hit him twice. Cracked him.
Where is he? Oh.
He's on this wall right here. Okay.
Oh my god,
Someone's gonna
he
come
sees
up
me.
behind us.
I'm reloading. I'm plating. Broken again. I never lent my
There's
pencils
one
to
on this
people
wall.
because of
There's one on
that
this wall.
shit. This guy's hit multiple times.
Yeah, okay, okay. This fight is...
Yeah, let's just head back up the hill.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Take a sharp right here and then just go all the way up. Careful left. At the very least, we hopefully caused them to die because of their lack of plates. You know, even if you grieve people in a battle royale, that's good.
Only so much you can do in those long range fights.
I hear people fighting over here.
I say
There's
we
the
get in
plane.
zone to fight them.
Okay. Helicopter over top. Going inside for a sec. Okay. They're leaving. Gonna push in.
I'm gonna stick on the side of the hill. Feels a little safer.
Okay. Yeah, I never lent people my pencils in school after a certain point because people always stole them. I got so tired of people being shitty. We need to watch our lower end here because people are going to come up the hill at us. Trying to get into zone from down there where we were shooting at them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I can't fucking see anything that far though, so...
Really like this position or any positions around us at the moment. I guess
No.
I could prone right.
We could go into one of the satellite rooms, but... Like, do you want to try and run in here?
Yeah, there might already be a team in here, but
Yeah,
let's do
doors
it.
are open, so...
Oh, yep. You see the guy at the top of the hill right there? Just getting...
Close the door. How do we... Can we not get up on this one?
No.
Damn. Oh, wait. You can get up here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I like this position way more than I like anything else.
Okay, this door can't see me, so
Dude,
I'm gonna...
dude, jump up the arm. They come in here, they're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Come on, let me up. Up, let me up. I'm just... How'd you get up the arm? It won't let me.
I just double jumped.
Oh, there we go,
Yeah.
there we go, there we go.
We're little fucking rats, bro. Honestly, deserves jail. Tier list.
So when we get out of here, we can just parachute into the zone.
Oh yeah, we don't even need the loaded drops. We already got them.
Yep.
Where do you want to land in zone? Let's plan this out.
Can we get to this gas station?
Ooh, is that where you want to go?
We could pick just a random
There's a
building
car
and just
moving right
commit
here, so there's a team right here.
Yeah, there's probably multiple teams in that village.
Okay.
That's why I'm so worried. We have to commit onto a single building or get out of
So
the village.
let's move to this area for high ground and then parachute down to gas station. Is that what you want to do? I'm scared because like whoever's in this town has the best coverage. Like we're gonna have no coverage, and if zone goes this direction, we have to run back into zone.
We gotta go. We gotta
go. All right. Well, what do you want to do?
Let's go.
Here, head this way with me. Let's go this way first, right?
What if we commit on that building? See what I'm talking about?
Where? Yeah.
No,
Alright.
one ping, green.
Yeah. Let's get up here and then jump down. Parachute in.
One to our left.
All right, you ready to
Player,
go?
right there, right there, right there. He just ran into the.
I see him. He's inside here. He's inside here. Do you want to face him or no? Another player right here. We just gotta go.
Yep.
Going for green ping, right?
Yep, green ping.
Cut parachute
They
multiple
are
times. There's
lighting
another
us
team
up.
on this building right here.
Yep.
All right, I'm here. I'm safe for now.
Yep, same.
They're shooting us.
In the building.
They're
Yep,
shooting
I'm
us.
getting in the building. Fuck. How the fuck do I get back to the roof? This is a rip. Oh,
I'm
yes.
jumping down after self-res.
Yep, yep. I'm holding the stairs.
I'm getting shot at. I'm getting shot at. Okay, I'm safe inside for now. I'm plating. They're gonna push our building.
Yep, I'm holding the stairs.
I have a decoy grenade. I'm gonna throw it out the window. Oh my god, they're right outside our door. Hit one a couple times on ping.
I'm holding the stairs still.
Okay, keep holding stairs.
Oh, we have 20 seconds till zone starts closing on us.
Okay, well then we gotta get out. Let's run while they're distracted.
Go into that building. Fuck, we're gonna have to break this window.
Just go, go, go. Out the back.
Go behind me.
Right here.
Play this building because we can use part of this building.
Yep.
I'm second floor.
Yeah, I'm second floor.
I'm gonna clear this out real fast.
Yep, I'm clearing.
Okay, we have second floor.
For now.
Oh, God, other building. I'm
Yep, close
super
doors.
low.
Okay. Blade up.
I'm out of plates. Alright.
Oh, here, here, here. Take those for now. Dropping one.
We have to get to this side of the building.
Careful.
Yep.
That's where you're shooting from.
Yep. I'm getting at their building. Which I think they're on the roof.
Oh, next one's inside, 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 right here, right here, right here. Fuck. There's another one inside. Good job. You got this.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
No, no muck, Joshua. I was thinking about it, but nah. Honestly, I think you just ride the corner of the gas. Because there's people all around you. Someone on you.
Yep. I can't do anything about it though. Fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't shoot a single person.
Yeah.
No muck this stream. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. You love it so far? That's good. Cookie, what kind of cookie? Gym leader taking the king of the hill, let's go. Finish my episode. What were you watching, Cinder? The dome is looking crispy. Yes, sir. Just today. That's why I was not on stream so late.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Mandalorian, oh fuck yeah. So the fact that Pedro Pascal is in 2 concurrently running shows at the same time makes me feel like he's a lizard person.
No, they're just cloning him, obviously.
Well, isn't that kind of what The Mandalorian's about? I don't know anything about it.
I will escape the chaos of this early team deathmatch and go live in peace by the coast.
Oh, alright, I'm coming. Almost always has a helmet on. It's fair. At least Star Wars series of Star Wars, it's good.
Welcome, sir, to my beach house.
Your beach house seems to be in the middle of a war zone.
Our government has done us a disservice. Where do you want to drop? This is a weird one.
I like that the premise behind this. Let's go to Quarry. I like that the premise behind Warzone is that, like, there's this area where no civilians live anymore, and an entire army of people drop into it, but not to kill bad guys, to kill each other. Cinder, I'd probably like the Star Wars stuff in general, to be honest. I mean, I like Star Wars, just... I have a hard time finding time to get into new things. The Last of Us was relatively easy because it's like a standalone thing, that there's not like a huge external universe rolling around. That's one thing that makes it hard for me to get into like Star Wars or like Marvel stuff, is just how much of a like universal, or how much of a universe there is, like how many different stories take place in the same universe. Like it's very cool and I love it, and that's why I love Marvel. But I just have a hard time getting into any of the stuff, like the shows or anything, just because I'm like, well, you know, there's so much stuff. Like once I get into it, I know there's so much stuff to get into. It kind of, I'm like, oh shit. Feels like a barrier to entry to me in a way. I'm like super duper willing to get into stuff. It's just, yeah. I'm going in this building first.
Okay, I'm going in this building on the buy station first.
I got a cast off 74U off rip. Feels good. I have a counter UAV. $3,000. If you need a plate, let me know. One guy's still flying in above us.
I've got like 4 plates. Oh, there's another guy flying in behind you over there.
Yeah, one guy landed near me.
Can you make it over to me?
I can, but I just figured I could kill this guy easily because I did a bunch of damage to him while he was in the air.
Give me a rifle. Ooh, I've got a UAV. Popping it. Oh, he's on the buy station.
There's someone behind you.
Killed one.
I hit the other one a ton. Good
Killed him.
res.
Just absolutely destroyed him.
Yeah, I took his plates off. Good shit, brother.
Oh, you want his TAC 56? This thing looks sick as fuck. Look at that thing. Just dropped on the ground.
Yeah. I'll tack his 56. Munition box. Bro bought us so much shit. Thank you, homie.
I need a little bit more money. Did you already buy your stuff?
I didn't buy anything.
Oh, okay.
I have the cast off.
Are you gonna buy anything?
I already have a cast off and a tack, so I feel like I don't need to.
You want to throw me your money so I can buy them?
No.
Thanks.
You want to get a plate box? If it's
I
there.
had $40 more, I would.
I'll go pick up the $40 off that did get then. Alright, I got $1,500.
Here, I'll just drop the money in front of them.
Technically don't need a plate box. I've picked up so many plates, but I feel like having a plate box would still be useful.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like the plates too.
Here's my money. Before you, like, throw the plate box down, though, there's 6 plates, because I have 7. I picked up so many plates. So buy the plate box, but don't put it down.
It's munitions.
Alright, I already have the munitions. Let's just try and find another one to get a plate box for as backup, then. There's a guy right here.
In the stone?
On the ping.
Oh.
It's the most
I see what
wanted.
you mean. Gotcha, I see.
There's-
I think they're in a car. They're moving pretty quick.
No, I think they're in the helicopter, bro.
Oh, that makes sense. They're being chased by another helicopter.
I know.
I'm pushing this building.
That's so funny.
Ton of ammo and stuff in here if you need it.
Cool. Mando is so less than 4, I agree. Pedro Pascal, the first thing I've ever seen him in is The Last of Us. But yeah, fantastic actor. Homie plays Joel really
I saw him in
well.
Game of Thrones first.
Yeah, I know. Game of Thrones, I know. Blah, blah, blah. Same with the other person, Ellie. Game of Thrones, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Game of Thrones, good show, good actors, yada, yada, yada. Blah, blah, blah. Watch Game of Thrones, except the last season.
But you haven't actually seen it?
No. I've tried watching the first episode so many times, and they're just fucking walking up a fucking snowy hill, and I'm like, ugh.
R.I.P.
Boring. I even bought the fucking audiobook. I have a 46-hour Game of Thrones audiobook on Audible that I've listened to 5 minutes of because it's so fucking boring.
Rip.
Everyone ripping their eyes out. Game of Thrones is not boring. Guys, I have attention problems. The beginning of anything is boring. I hate exposition. Ah. Buffy the Vampire Slayer first? That's fair. I think I've watched Vampire Slayer, but it would have been so long ago, I just don't remember.
Let's just chill here till zone closes, and then we can go.
Sorry, you can't like nice things. It's not that I can't like nice things. It's that I'm fucking...
Uh-huh.
like an iPad kid, dude. I just can't fucking pay attention. Season 4, okay. I see. Never mind then.
Oh, hey! Look at
Yeah,
that.
look at that.
Want that bomb drone?
No, I have a counter UAV, which I think is more useful.
Oh, I have room in my inventory to grab. Duh.
Oh yeah, you can stash in your inventory. The train scared me.
This is the second train to go by.
I know, I thought it was a car. Like,
oh, train!
On the train?
Yeah, I almost cracked both of them.
Okay, is he still on the train or did he get off?
He's trying to get on.
I'm pushing train.
He's running. He ran up onto the left back. Yep.
Two of them on top of the train.
I cracked one.
Of course, I was shooting him with a fucking cast off from long range like a dumbass.
No sure.
Oops.
Oh, up on the hill. I just saw one for a split second.
I see him.
Yep. I'm pushing the
Shot him
bridge.
multiple times.
I
He's
can't
shooting
see
me
him.
from a Yeah.
He's in the window.
Okay.
I broke his boy outside. Downed one. Downed one.
Nice. Dead.
I'm holding the doorway, but I only have 30 rounds left in my mag.
Okay.
Roof.
I'm pushing.
Here, I'm gonna reload, so I'm out of commission. It's all you.
Okay.
I'm staring at the roof. I don't see anyone. I'm pushing to the left.
Right here, on me. He was still on the roof, Tim. Where'd you go?
I can't see him. Couldn't see him.
I thought you were gonna try and get to the roof with me.
I was sitting there staring at the roof. I didn't see him.
Yeah, but I thought you would push the roof.
Oh no, I said I was going to the other building.
Yeah, I know. I just thought you would actually try to get to the roof with me to kill him, since we know where he's at. I lost my gulag.
Oh, I hope he doesn't have someone to fucking.
Gas is inbound.
Too many characters and gave up. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'd enjoy Game of Thrones, but I have that issue a lot, even with anime too, where it's just so many characters. Half the animes that I've actually watched all the way through, or like finished, I cannot remember the names of half of them. Someone will be like, my favorite character from the show is this person. I'm like, who the fuck are you talking about? I love that show, but I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. There to the right.
Moving.
Nice.
He's in here. Do I go for the ninja revive?
If you want to. They're still in there, so. They're drill charging the fuck out of you on top because they know you're up there.
Loot here.
I don't understand why there's no way to turn off in-game chat. He should text me last night. I didn't respond yet. Something about a Buddhist seminar on karma he's hosting online. Aw. Should I drop on the loadout?
You can drop straight on me and I give you money to buy guns and armor and ammo. Seeing if that team pushes us. I dropped all my cash at the buy station.
Alright.
So you should be able to buy both guns, and I can drop an armor box. Or an ammo box. Careful, zone's gonna close on that buy station.
Hello, money.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Did you get it?
I got my hemlock, but I can't get it. The fucking... This won't let me take anything.
What the fuck?
Yep, when I picked up the cash, it fucked me.
Here, take this.
What? Oh.
And then drop me the cash.
I don't have
any.
any.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, weird.
Well, no, I didn't get anything from this, but...
Okay.
I bought a submachine gun. So, like, I have full pistol ammo because it refilled me when I was trying to pick up the cash. So, it refilled my pistol full of pistol ammo, so I bought a submachine gun.
Oh, we got a while.
Here, new munition box here. Let me use this. There we go. And then I have a plate box. Do you want to use it?
Yeah. You want to grab this car? We got a pretty far run.
Where?
Wait, did I just see a sniper glint? It's in front of us to the right. The LTV right there. That team to the right's gonna be a nuisance, though. I pinged where I want to go.
Your bullets should go through. Interesting. That doesn't make sense.
I'm actually gonna go a little bit farther.
We're getting shot at once. Some bullets are coming towards us.
Okay.
I saw a guy. It was like over here.
Can we get to the roof from here? That's a bathroom. Oh yeah, we can right here.
Yeah, I was getting the needles.
At least at the second floor.
Dude, how the fuck do I turn off the overlay chat? Do you know?
The overlay chat? Let me see. Options, interface.
Fix chat. Off. Okay, I found it. We're good.
Nah.
There's just a million text chat options and I couldn't find what submenu it was in. Too many submenus.
Car passing?
You got too many options in your menus when you have to have a search option.
Yeah, seriously. I don't know what to do from here. Looking at the zone, I guess we just wait to see what zone closes on, and then we can decide from there.
You have a gas mask, right?
I do not.
Oh, okay. I just picked one up. I just wasn't sure. Damn. I guess we'll see if we find another one. Garbid. Ate them look. Garbid.
Okay,
Look, Garbid. Garbid.
Garbid? Garbid?
Garbid.
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 Bed?
No
couch?
No bugged. Okay, where do you want to go?
Zone, I guess. Let's go.
Wait.
What?
Thought I saw someone. We're good.
I was like, oh goodness, I'm scared.
I just ran like semi past a fucking gate door and it broke open and scared the fuck out of me.
Mm-hmm. See the building I pinged?
Yeah.
Gas is moving.
I do not like how open these garage doors are.
I love a garage door.
Look at the floating plate. Oh, god damn it. The holy floating plate.
I ate my dinner off that.
Lots of fighting to our right. Oh,
right
god,
there.
fighting right in front of us. Oh yeah, I see one.
I see one. Right there.
I hit him twice. Let's fall back to the building and keep fire over it. I feel like us shooting will just attract everyone. Getting on the roof. I can't see him. Oh god.
He can see you.
I hit him 3 times.
I see where he is, yeah.
Right there. Okay, I'm gonna plate real fast.
Okay. He's there. He ran to the right.
There's someone over there. People on the roof jumping down.
Hit him a couple times. Roof's lit.
Oh my god.
Other guy right here.
Ants over there, dude. I have to reload. I'm out of commission for a second.
LMG users /negative. They just revived. Watch the skies for someone. I want to kill him as soon as he spawns in, if possible. There he is, I think.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
I don't see him. Did you see a shadow right there?
Advise you load up now.
Oh no, the NVIDIA DLSS makes things have like this weird like fucking acid trail.
Drop headed your way.
Oh, got shot at from this side.
Do we fall into the building then? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
25 are still active in the AO.
Opening this fucking thing. Where?
I pinged him. He's southwest.
Gas is closing in.
I see a guy right here. 2 people. Multiple times.
Fighting in these buildings.
Another team's running towards them over here. I'm watching your ping right now.
Something happened right there. I think they called a loadout package. Oh yeah, right here.
Where?
In this building. In this building. I just
Okay.
pinged him.
Hostile counter UAV is active.
I cracked one. He's behind these fucking cargo plates. He's now behind this building. Yeah, I'm gonna reload.
Oh my god, that guy just fucking headshot the fuck out of me across the way. They want us so bad.
They're shooting at people next to our building? I killed one. One dead.
One was in this door. See a guy right now, right here. 2. We have to go to zone.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. Do we just push it now?
Yeah, follow.
I don't know where you're at. I'm coming. The guy I killed was up here.
Yeah. Get an armor box. Is that on me? Let's take this hill. Because there's people over there that I don't want to fuck with yet.
I see him parachuting off of it.
Okay. People nearby. Like right over here.
Okay. Zone's gonna close on us and them in a second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see them. Right
Where?
there.
Okay. Is this house in zone? Yeah. Let's go on the roof here. Oh my god, behind us. This way.
Yep, he's right there. I hit him 3 times. Oh my god, that hurt.
Where is he? I don't see him.
I just got obliterated by a guy below.
I cannot see.
He's in your building.
What do I do here?
Plate up. Get ready for the next fight. Still in it, soldier. Oh, LMG life, baby. Right there.
I couldn't
Nice.
fucking see him.
You traded with him. You traded with him. Oh my god.
I couldn't fucking see him because of the zone.
Yeah.
The way he was hovering on the bike in the zone. Fucking fuck that guy, dude.
Yeah, seriously, fuck that. That was the guy that was throwing nades at us and shit and almost killed me.
No, so annoying.
Use this token. Let's go.
Game is so buggy. Urgh.
Just
Who up mucking they shit right now? Y'all want to muck? A Verizon door-to-door guy tricked me into thinking I was getting a delivery. What a dickhead. Hello, I have a delivery for you. I lied.
Delivery, thank you.
By Verizon.
Warm up while you can. We will deploy soon. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Practice is over. The real fight begins now.
Harvey. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop the Zark.
How far is that?
Not that far.
Gas is approaching your position.
Okay.
Move to the safe zone.
Hold on. Okay, I was doing something, my bad.
All good. You ready?
Yeah. Perfect timing. I'm playing Call of Duty with my left hand and fucking with my other computer with my right hand.
That's how you do it.
Bro's a professional streamer, dude.
Go to that building.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R.
You're clear to engage all targets.
Holy shit, the way I seamlessly switched over to my other mouse actually kind of blew my mind. You have an extra gun for me?
What's up?
Do you have a gun for me?
I have a shotgun and an SMG. If you want the shotgun,
I'll take that shotgun. I don't fucking care. I just need a gun, brother.
Dropped it on the ground up here. There's a 50 cal up here too.
Oh, never mind. I got an SMG.
Got an EBR and a SMG.
I'm looting this gas station. We both have enough money, right? For at least one thing. I love Zark Wall.
Farm up money for a second. Zark was my favorite by far. Place to drop. Oh yeah, I can buy both my guns now.
Dropping all my money if you want to get an armor box. If you have enough for it. With the money
I'm
anyway.
gonna run Hemlock this game. We do not, but we can if we just chill out for a minute.
I have $800. I got 12, 13.
Drop
I got
that
enough,
shit.
yep.
Drop it down.
I'm around enough room and her. Helen
Drop our
Back
rocks in
is
the building.
such a good song.
Alright, back to the Hemlock. No LMG this game.
I want to turn the music up and just fucking brother. Shooting just to test my audio, sorry.
You're good. I think I just had a heart attack though.
Ah, there's bugs in your skin. Was that the name?
God, I hate this building. We always somehow end up in this building.
I hate this
Whenever we're
building
fighting a
too,
zone
yeah.
in.
There's so many of this building across the map too.
Intel has located multiple strongholds.
You're my everything. Yeah.
You're losing ground.
Yeah. It's this outside balcony that fucks you.
Do you want to go to that stronghold that's being taken?
Yeah, fuck
On the
it.
other
Let's
side of
let's
Zarkva?
fucking ball, dude. I'm stuck on a fence and I can't see. Whoops.
Yo, I have 4K.
Ludwig's car.
Let's go buy a UAV here and then push them with the UAV. Because they're gonna have UAV too.
Sounds good, Sarah. What do you want to play when you get home?
Alright, we put that.
Okie
Your team made it to the safe zone.
Okay, so in a circle around that stronghold, the people who are taking it have a UAV. So just be aware that they will know you're there when you start pushing them.
Who has UAV?
The people who are taking the stronghold, they have like a circle around the stronghold that has a UAV for them.
Oh. So we're going into, like, fucking get dicked down zone.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pop our UAV.
There are a lot of enemies.
Some of them are AI.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting shot at by players.
I'm throwing grenades.
I'm pushing up the hill. Actually, they're not in this building, so I'm getting in this building.
Kill ChatGPT! ChatGPT down!
They're on the roof, I think. They might be on the roof. I think I just saw someone on the roof. Are you head glitching like I was?
Yeah. Oh, I see him. Oh, fuck, that's not where I thought they were.
Are you good?
They're right. No, I'm not good.
Well, I thought you were gonna be able to res.
I'm not fucking safe to res. Yeah, I've tried to. They were just across the way. Like, as soon as you get up, if you look across, they were just standing there. Ugh.
Killed one of them.
Killed him. I win. Let's go!
Killed another.
Fuck the gulag. I would.
What?
They're on me, they're on me. I see him.
Can I come up to the roof?
Nope.
Okay.
I would do not
Okay,
that.
Jesus.
Don't worry, I'm inside.
There's so many dead bodies here with guns down here.
Yeah. I picked up my guns. We're fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went to the roof and got my shit. I'll take this person's full gun. SMG. Bug it. You see him on the roof?
I almost cracked him.
He's right behind this water tank thing. Broke his
Headshot
armor,
him,
broke his
cracked
armor,
him.
broke his armor.
I downed his boy.
Good shit.
Pushing the roof.
Yep.
Because I'm a little...
Greedy little gremlin bitch, yeah, I agree. To the left, to left.
Yep.
I'm getting stitched up. I'm getting stitched up. To the left there.
I don't see it.
Me neither.
Did they dive off the building? No. I cracked the guy. Downed another on the roof.
I'm good for now.
Do I go crazy
They're
with
just
it?
landing on us, bro. That's one dead. Two dead.
Fucking...
AI motherfuckers. Here, go this way to me. Fucking AI, bitch. Alright, I killed all the AI. Well, almost all of it. It's fucked, bro.
Can I get to the roof?
Ah! On us, behind you! It's gonna drop down. Tim. I gotta plate.
Yep. I'm holding. Someone just
such a
parachuted
pissy
onto
baby.
us?
I'm such a little piss baby, bro.
They're fighting each other. Oh, that's not good.
Where do you want to go? The fuck?
We're a little pinned.
I don't like it like that too. I mean, what?
We're a little pinned. Just a teeny.
Pin me.
There's a team fighting over there. You want to jump over there?
Where?
Back where we came from.
Well, there's people here.
Yeah,
this
we're
building.
just in a really bad position to fight them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were on this. Okay, where are you going? Okay, back up. Who up kecking the W right now, bro? That would be me.
No, I don't want to push that anymore. Let's, they have to push to us, really. I'm a little scared. Just a
he's right behind me, isn't he? Hey guys. I don't know if this is such a good idea. Here, let's get this hill. Dude, I swear I'd be pinging a hill and it'll just ping a loadout, drop across the map through the walls. That's like literally what just happened, by the way.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm looking at the rooftops like over here and stuff where we were fighting before. Where the fuck are these dudes?
Where's the dude that was sniping at us, or like EBRing at us? The guy that was to the left? I don't know where that guy is.
No, I'm checking down this hill. St. Louis.
See a player?
What'd you say?
Oh yeah, I do see a player. Cracked him. Parachute on that?
Yeah.
Nope, it won't let me parachute, dumb game.
Me too. It didn't let me parachute because
I'm getting on the roof of this building.
Alright, I'm gonna be a second.
I don't see him.
I couldn't parachute because the game reloaded my gun while I was in mid-jump.
RIP. Don't know where he went.
Just so you know, the door is open on this building behind us.
They got it.
Funny. Hostile UAV.
Alright, I'm dropping you. I assume he went under the bridge.
Yeah. I'm under the bridge. Oh, it looks like he was going for a res over here, maybe?
Ooh. Ooh, good call. Let's go challenge that.
Yeah, I'm in a marsh. Who up stomping they marsh? I just got XP for an assist.
What?
So I'm pretty sure people in the town we were just in died.
It just never healed before you shot them?
I guess.
That's wild.
Or it was on a bot that I did damage to but didn't kill. We're going to the roof right here. On the roof that I'm on. Broke his armor, he jumped off. East side.
Yep, I'm pushing.
Dumbass, die. Where's your friend?
I don't know,
Drill
but I'm
charge.
plating. I think he's in the stairs.
I got drill charged. Yeah, he's on the stairs for sure. Because he drill charged through the roof.
He's going to res his boy. At least I think.
Right.
I'm on the buy station. I jumped down.
Okay. My mouse just died.
Oh.
He's on me.
Killed him.
Nice job.
Oh my god. Ooh,
Right in the middle of plugging in my mouse. Timing, huh? Nothing like wireless mouse dying timing. Alright, you want to get me some plates here? Yeah, that was Monka S as fuck. Here, there's a mask here for you. Alright, you got a...
Yeah, let's see if there's a plate box. If not, you can just buy plates for 400 a piece here.
Alright.
Armor box, dropping that shit.
Armor here. Gas is closing in.
Okay, we have to go on the other side of this compound. Oh, you're not with me.
Sorry.
Advise you move to the safe zone now.
Bought a recon drone. Where are you?
Right in front of you.
Alright, come on. I'm not gonna be as good at aiming with the mouse plugged in.
That's fine. Here, I'll handicap myself in solidarity. I'm going plugged in too.
No, you should stay unplugged, because if you get a bunch of kills plugged in, then I can't say it was the plugged in fault.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let me have this.
Whatever you say.
God damn it, I was handicapped by the plugged in mouse. That's what it was. Sir, I was plugged in. I'm stupid?
Someone res hit the buy station over here across the water. So I'm trying to play to catch them.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going roof. You see them at all?
No.
You think they're swamming?
They're either swimming or on that bridge.
I guess we'll go look at the bridge. Not seeing bridge.
They might still be over there, honestly.
Who up chuckling they fuck?
Chuckle fucking?
They chuckle fucking. They fuckle chucking.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait for the zone to close in that building and see people jump out of it. Like ants out of an ant hole.
Yeah. Just like ants out of a dick hole, right?
Yeah, when did you see ants out of a dick hole? If you don't mind me asking.
That doesn't happen to you?
I don't recall.
I always call that shit a dry fire.
Okay, I'm done. I'm out of here.
Skill issue does not compute.
Plate.
I got enough plates.
I don't think you have enough plates.
Yes, sir. I do.
How many plates do I have? I have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 plates.
Jesus Christ. I got 9.
You don't have enough plates.
Okay, you're right. Sorry about that. Here's all my sniper ammo. I'll go get more plates.
Do you have a sniper rifle?
No.
Then why the fuck do you have sniper ammo?
I don't know. I didn't know I had it. Alright, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Oh, this is shitty. Okay, let's go to the left of the mountain and go around. Wait, is there a ATV by us? There is literally no cars by us. That's cool.
Here, follow me. I know the way. It's a road.
Just runs down the road the entire way.
Yep. I know the way. How do you know the way? That sign right there. This way. The top of the mountain. Oh.
I was thinking suspicion. We're going to get shot from the left.
Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion we're gonna get shot from anywhere.
Hey man, you're giving too broad of suspicions.
I think we're gonna get shot at some point in the next 20 minutes.
Imagine we just.
What did I say?
Do I hear someone keep walking above us? No? I do not want to go up there.
No, I want to go up there, but not up the fucking line. How's that sound?
That's cool.
Level 27 on the Hemi.
Just parachuted into that tower. SMG's out. I'm ready for urban warfare.
Did you see that? Thank you.
Yep.
Dude, this game makes me cry. You want to jump across?
Yeet!
I'm more so meant into that building. That's okay. Here, Tim, come with me.
I think there's people fighting right there.
Come with me real quick. Inside here. I just heard someone. Might have been you, but no, I see him. I see him right here. Right here. Outside. They're coming in.
He just fucking spray shotgunned me. Other one's gonna be coming up the stairs. I'm just gonna crawl backwards.
Okay.
Yep, he's there. He's there.
Dead.
Well done. Oh, no zone.
It's fine. You're fine. You're fine, baby. You got the mask, right?
Yes.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Play it up when you can. Get on this roof. Reload your weapons.
Oh my god.
I'm recon droning. Over there. As far as I can tell, there's nothing next to us. It's all over there. It's one team.
Push straight to zone then.
Okay.
Do we just fucking
Yeah,
parachute off
this
here?
way.
I'm dropping on this gas station.
Okay.
Looking inside through the window, I don't see anyone.
Oh, well. People still here. People there.
At the chop top?
They're right here parachuting.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see your ping. Okay.
So they're all in that direction.
Okay, we need to push to that building.
Okay, run it. Yeah, those people were over here.
People shooting to our
right,
left.
left. Broke armor. Just about. Why is my gun randomly switched to single fire? This is a terrible building.
He's up at the bottom of this hill.
Okay.
He's at that door. I might cross the street to this building. Even though this building sucks too.
I see him. Hit him in the head.
Bomb drone?
Bomb droning, yep.
I hit it 3 times.
Going over. Top.
They're pushing with it.
Yep.
Guys close on us.
It's inside. It's inside. Got it.
I lit one of them.
Okay, he's inside.
I'm down. Fuck. Oh, this kid was close.
Yeah. He was on the building.
I thought he was on the front part of the building. I was fighting his teammate.
No, that's why I said inside. Ugh.
I have to go for a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Play a multiplayer or something in the meantime.
Yeah. Ouchie indeed. Shipment 24/7 and the dude's just sitting there like, oh fuck. Alright, what guns do I need to level up for my hemlock? I guess I need to upgrade the Vaznev, so I'll work on that. What in the fuck am I looking at? Holy shit, I forgot how fucking wild Shipment is. Move, motherfucker! Oh my god, they have a fucking turret? Holy shit. Doing partway into that game, that was insane. My teammates looked like a bunch of dumbasses with their heads cut off. Okay. Real. I wish I could turn my graphics quality up. Performance. See if performance is any better. The faces look so weird.
They're kind of jank.
Yeah. International Women's Day. We have many international women's in this community. They're pretty awesome. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I always shut up on International Women's Day and don't say anything.
I'm gonna sit my ass down and listen.
Exactly. So many people go, I love women for interactions. And it's like, that seems like the exact opposite point of the day. Been playing on high, not a good experience. On what, high quality? Yeah, quality definitely isn't it. Ultra performance is also not it because of how jank everything looks. 4K. What's your FPS like? $35? Oh my god. No way. I could not do that. My teammate just actually, his riot shield just actually, yeah, stupid. I got so mad at my teammate for having a riot shield because it blocked me that I fucking let him die and then yelled at him. Oh no. Me when I mortar strike the middle. That's funny as fuck. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Penta kill. Dude, the mortar strike is putting in fucking work for me. I think would be ideal, but I like my graphics. That's fair. I like good graphics, I just can't do it in games like this. I'd love if I stopped getting flash, you know? That's the one big thing that I hate about Shipment. Is as fun as it is to play, there needs to be some kind of gentleman's agreement and not use fucking flash grenades 24/7. Like, bro, please get a grip. This game is not fun like that.
I don't know. In the most recent Modern Warfare 1, like, that's just how you do challenges. You hop in shipment, you just start spamming tacticals. It's great.
Speaking of challenges, I need to get my hemlock to something. So what do I need for this gun? Oh, you can't change the camo in game. Okay, cool. Of all the things you can do, you can't do that. No, they're just ducking the whole time. So that way I can get crouch kills, I guess. Mucky muck.
Aw.
Who up mucking this shit, bro? Not muck. We beat muck yesterday. A buddy of mine wanted to play COD, so playing some COD, and then I'm playing something with Sarah later. It was supposed to be Pokemon today with Colin, but he's playing muck, so